Good morning, good evening, depend on your line, on your time and your location. From my location, it is good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depends on your time and your own location. Once again, I greet all the well-meaning Biafrans and lovers of freedom all over the world. And I greet my Prime Minister, Mal Simon Ebanjoko. I greet my Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. I also greet all the commanders and all the Biafra military. I greet you all, and I say, good morning from my location to you all, good evening from my location to you all, and also good afternoon. May Elohim Chukwuka Abiyama continue to bless and protect all of you this morning, this evening, this afternoon, depending on your time. Peter, I greet you from here. Good evening from my location. Thank you so much for looking out on us. We are here and we are direct. We want to do the needful as always to let those that the enemies of Biafrans to know one thing, that we are not their problem. If you are claiming you are one Nigeria list, as you can see, London, British, UK is your problem, not Igbos or Biafrans. That name Biafra is not your problem. You should bend down and find out who puts you into the mess that you are into, and who is your problem, not me, not Biafra. Biafra is never, Igbos is never your problem, brother. They are solution to your problem. The evil British who values Jihad Fulanis knows very well that Biafrans will stop them with their evil mind and all their evil plan against the indigenous people, against the ethnic cleansing they are doing. Arinze, you're welcome. Thank you so much. It's been long. You're welcome. Because I know those are always here. I know them. Once they put comments. So, we want the world to listen to how all this thing started. How did the British, who claim that they bring Christianity to us, that today, those who accepted that kind of Christianity they bring are dying, and they are doing nothing? British, the problem that we are facing today, me as a Biafran, you as a one Nigerian, you as a Yoruba man, you as any entity that hated Biafran people, we are never your problem. Their problem starts from the time of the colonial masters. And when time of colonial masters, did you know that British did not, in time of their slavery masters, they did not slave any Fulani jihadists. British never enslaved them, but rather they enslaved Biafran people. Those that they brought Christianity to is those they enslaved, but those that they did not brought the Christianity to, they never enslaved them. That is where your problem started. I am not your problem. Rather, I am a solution to your problem. Now that Biafra has been redeclared, Biafra governments that are currently now leading by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze is your solution, not your problem. We have come to end Usman and Fodio, like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, like Donald Trump. And now, Biafra declaration is to end the slavery masters movement in your life. And you are fighting against it. Because the truth is very bitter. Lies is very beautiful when it comes to politics. Lies is very beautiful when it comes to what? Politics. And today we don't want to run that politics again. Your problem is UK. Your problem is London. Your problem is entire British is our problem. Because they are the colonial masters. They are the slavery masters. They put us into the mess of all the population of the Christians that are dying today in all over Nigeria. They are the problem. Because go and check the history of trade, history of what? Check the history of slavery trade. British in history never slaved Fulani jihadists. Rather, they use them as their agents to deal with indigenous people. That means that British is the father of the Fulani jihadists. With all has been going out till today. And in UK Parliament, in London Parliament, they could not stand up and condemn one Nigeria. Till today. Condemn the place of the Christians and what the Usman and Fodio under Islamic jihadist movement are doing in Nigeria. Then you will know that I begin to think that Britain sleep with a woman who happened to be a black and call him and find out that this woman is from jihadists, and he chased that woman away, and that woman born that child on the part of the north and grew up there, and they knew. That is why they located their own. Everybody locates his tribe and people of his own people. So British in the time of the colonial and the slavery master, they located that their child they were chased away happened to be Fulani jihadist caliphate. British give a bet to all the Fulanis today. That is why they are finding a way where they can be able to accommodate all of them. And they thought, because of the power that they give to them, they thought it's gonna be easy to give them to Nigeria and name them Nigeria in the favor of their own child, in the favor of their own son. Fulani jihadists. The Britain is the father of Fulani jihadists today because they are sponsoring them. They are preparing them. They give them power. They give them all kind of things they are giving to them. If it is a lie what I'm saying, if they are not, because it takes a very good big heart for a man to condemn his son. So British that give birth to Fulani jihadists refuse to do what? Disown them, sanction them, or put them where they belong. These are pure truth. That is why America is, for the second time, sanctioning Nigeria. But British, UK, London, they have never, ever sanctioned Nigeria. I stand to be corrected. If you have seen where British in general condemns Fulani Jihad at their action and the atrocities, please, if you have seen such a thing, please give me that video. Let me readdress my topic today. And I apologize to British. British painted us as if Igbos are the problem in Nigeria. They painted us as if the Biafran people are the problem of Nigeria. Why? That British and Fulani jihadis is the problem of Nigeria. The Usman Dafodio ideology, to marginalize everybody, it started from hands of who? Fulani jihadis that handed it over to the British, handed it over to Fulanis. That is why you have to understand. That is why we're here today, to let you know in the history of this slavery trade master, that non-Fulani has been ever been, but the Biafran people, the people of Congo, people of Ghana, is those that are not practicing jihadis, is the one Islamic agenda, is the one that British that brought claim that they are the one that brought Christianity. Those that you brought your so-called Christianity to is the one you slaved and put in torture and put in under this mess of killing anyhow like chicken till today. And you who claim that you bring this Christianity to us has never one day condemned the killings, the atrocity of the Fulani jihadists. Rather, you encourage them by giving them equipment, gun and ammunition to wipe the indigenous people away. Francis, you are welcome. Easy way, you are welcome. Odibe, you are welcome. Good evening from my location. So, when you see all that people are passing through today, then it's a high time for you to know that the agenda of the Fulani and the agenda of the British are the same thing. In all that is happening, please, I'm asking, have you come across where a British person is condemning the atrocity of the Fulani in Nigeria? This Boko Haram that is happening in Nigeria. And also, when you come across the history of the slave masters, then you will understand why British is evil. Why they handed over Nigeria to Boko Haram, to Fulani jihadis, to Islamize you and I. And they claim they are the one who brought Christianity. The level of Christianity that Britain brought to us, those that accepted it are died every blessed day. The level of Christianity that Britain brought in Africa was meant to kill the indigenous people. Rather, they want you to accept for you to be killed. British want you to accept to be killed. That is why they brought Christianity. Take away our culture, take away who we are, and give us who we are not. And they told us, if they slap you in this one, turn the other one. But in their own countries, if they slap you and they report, they will take you away and put you where you belong. My people, the time we are into is time to bring out all the hidden truths that makes indigenous people to be suffering till today. And for us to end this suffering that we are going on today, something must be done. Something must be done. That something that must be done is what the Biafran people has approved and achieved it on November 29, 2024. What is that? Real declaration of United States of Biafra. Real declaration of United States of Biafra is only way to end this slave trade, this colonial master called Britain, England, UK, London, whatever. I am calling their names so they will know that they are the one that we are talking about, because they are the problem that cause all the killing human beings like chicken that people are experiencing today. In that one Nigeria means death sentence to every indigenous people who happen to be a Christian. That is what people are passing through today. And in all this that people are passing through, Please, have you seen British condemning? Have you seen England? Have you seen UK? Have you seen London condemning the killings and the atrocity that is going on? Rather, they give them shelter at all times. It's only in them that all those that are killing people in Nigeria run to for their medical health. But for those that are dying, British has never cared about them. So, we are here to let the world know that we have understand our problem, because it's only when you know your problem, then you can find solution to that problem. We Biafran people has find a solution to British amalgamation, to British slave trade, to British second time colonial master. They have colonized people of Nigeria. But we, the Biafran people, have stood up and said no, that we are not going to accept it anymore. We are not going to take it anymore. That is why we officially make a declaration of our new country called United States of Biafra on November 29, 2024 by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, the DPM of the Biafran people, the COS of the Biafran people, that the mandate fall on her as a woman to carry on this mandate, because every country answer a mother country. Our own is purely a mother country that make a declaration of Biafra. Frank Okoye, you're welcome. Thank you so much. White Soul, you're welcome. So, we want the world to know, or we want you who claim a one Nigeria to know that we are not the problem that you are facing in today. That rather, that British is the cause of the problem that you are passing through today. By empowering Fulani jihadists of Osman Danfodio as their first son, that they was chased away, or that their forefather mistakenly sleep with that black woman and chase this black woman away, and happen that black woman find his place in North. And today, then he now give a birth of those that are killing people today. And you know, in the history of Britain, their hand is full with blood. You see this way that Nigeria hand full with blood of the innocent people is the same way that British their hand is full with blood. I am saying this for the sake of their sons and daughters, that your forefather hand full with the blood of the innocent people. They wipe away the warrior of a Kumek warrior in 1913 before they can be able to achieve their goal of amalgamating Nigeria by forcing us to stay. Obum, I greet you, good evening from here. You're welcome. Please, as you come, like and share the program. As you join us right now, please endeavor to like and share so others may know that we are live and direct, to dish out all this information that might favor all of us. If you're one Nigerian, I want you to know we are not the one that amalgamated Nigeria. Biafran people are not the one. In time of slavery trade, Biafran people did not enslave anybody in that time. In the 80s, Biafran people did not enslave, rather we are the one that British enslaved in Africa. They enslaved Biafran people. They enslaved Ghanaians. They enslaved Congo and many other countries that are not Muslim. Go and check this history. They enslaved South Africa in the slave trade master. They only come come and those that they told you that they bring Christianity to us. Why is it we that they said they bring civilization through Christianity to us was the one they used in slave trade? Have you asked the question? And why is it us that they have to amalgamated? If there is no amalgamation of Nigeria in 1914, nobody will answer Nigerian. That thing can never come in existence at all. It can never come in existence. Have you think of all those things? And those who enslaved us, what was their reason? And why you look at it, you will think they love us. That's made them to bring Christian. No, they come to us, they do trade by barter, stealing by tricks. That is Britain. That is British. That is what UK, London, England. That's what they're capable of being doing. They met Igbo people. They did Biafran people steal by tricks. That is what British did to us. Yes, an Igbo man. Igbos was the first to understand what is called Christianity. Because the way we live on our own, we live in a way of we believe in our shit. Before the Britain now come with this year stealing by trees, they come steal from us and they claim that they are bringing or they bring Christianity to us, which is a pure lie. Because of their evil interests, because of their greediness, because of their envy and jealous of why did God put us in this southeast area, in this rising sun area, is problem. The envy, the problem that made British hate us so much is that God, who they claim they are serving, created us and put us on the rising sun. And the benefit of the rising sun, where who came and put us, like the way he put the Israelites where the Israelites are today, is the problem. They become to envy us because of our God giving gift to the Biafran people. That is why British did what they did. Why you will know that the British has committed, we want their sons and daughters to know that your fathers committed a sacrilege. They committed atrocity. They committed inhuman treatment. They committed abuse of rights. They committed intimidation. Everything bad that is abomination, that is prohibited, is what Britain, UK, London committed in this life. And the time has come to revise back. The back to sender is coming to British, starting from 2026. If you are in London, be very careful. If you are in UK, be very careful. If you are in that scene that's that's made up of Britain, you must be careful because what is coming, 2026, is bigger than all of you. But when I'm saying, you think, look at this, oh, it doesn't matter. The important is that message will go far. Because as Britain, as UK, as London is planning to chase immigrants away, they said that they are not going to chase only the jihadis that in their country away. That is going to look like a tribal thing or one-sided religion thing. They are going to put hand to do what? To make it to be a center point all the countries. But their intention is to remove the Fulanis, that the jihadis that in the Islamic that is in the head of affair of Britain in general. Their sons and daughters are asking questions today. That is why also we want to let their sons and daughters to know that what will happen to you is to tell your forefathers to recognize Biafra as a country and give us recognition. And that is only way we can accept the apology. And bring all the things they took back from us. That today people go into watch what does not belong to them. They are using our culture heritage to make money in Britain. That is why when you go to their Zoom, what you will see is what is in our country, in our area, in the southeast, in the rising sun area. They took over and claim that they are bringing Christianity to us. The Christianity that means be alive with pain, agony, sufferness, is what it simply means. Then, that wasn't enough for them. They now created, they did the amalgamation of 1914. That means The name that give Nigeria, that name Nigeria means bad luck and death sentence to every indigenous people who is a Christian that are dying today all over the Nigeria. That caused this mass burial everywhere today. And if you look at how those that call themselves big pastors and they can't deny the killings of the indigenous people, you must ask yourself a question. If you are going to any church that the pastor refuses to talk about this genocide, you must quit from that church. That your pastor or your reverend father is evil. He is from the lineage of Osman Dan Fodio and Britain. If the GO has never condemned the killings and come out open and said, yes, there is genocide that is going on in Nigeria, only the one in Plateau, in Benue, Sokoto, Old Castina is enough. If you claim that on Sunday you went to church yesterday and that the GO is not condemning all the atrocities that is going on, you must please from that GO. That GO is bringing calamity upon your head. If you are listening to him. If you are listening to all these big names in Nigeria, claiming that they are head of churches, they are head of Fulani jihadists. The other way around, they look at everywhere they will Islamize you very easily. That is why you see them. If you see Oya Kilome today not condemning and remaining silent, not condemning this genocide that is going on all over the north today, quit from him. He is evil. He's a satanic. He's a sucking demon. He sucks blood of the Christian. And he's not a Christian. Go and check. Many of them, their background, their fathers are Muslim. Recall jihadist Muslim. They are the one leading you. When their fathers could not control you with Christianity, with Islamic agenda, they told their sons to go and control you. If you see any that is GO, like Khan president, who refused to accept the truth, and you accepted, if a bishop is not condemning what is going on in Nigeria today, remove yourself. Go back to verify how did your forefathers worship Chukwu Okabiam. What is that bishop of Kalik that has condemned what happened in what is going on in Nigeria, the genocide is going on? Show me that bishop who has come out to condemn the killing, the genocide that is going on in Nigeria today. Please tell me you have a video of him. I will give you my number for you to send it to me, because for me, I never see. If you have, on the comment section, tell me you have, then I will give you my number so you can be able to call this GO, please, and give me his video. Then I will play it here to prove that I am wrong in what I am saying. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The killing that is going on, that none of them has been able to condemn. I want to see it and see if it is just a mere story or truth on what other people that are presenting this to the world is proving to be real. And those that call themselves Khan president, Christian Association, refuse to, then you will know that they have paid you to enslave you and you don't know. They have paid you to Islamize and you don't know, and you thought you are watching God. Yes. Bishop Onyedipo of Winners Chapel. His father used to be a Muslim. Then tell me how he will go and against his father, who is a Muslim, who is a jihadist Muslim. Tell me, please. Can Bishop Onyedipo Winners Chapel, can he condemn his father? Say that what his father believes is not true. in the killing of the Christian. And you are today going on Sunday, after all that is going on, you went to church on Sunday and you give a tithe. Do you know that the part of the tithe you are giving to Onyedepo is what is given to his father to sponsor the Fulani jihadists? Do you know that? That is why they capitalize, many of them capitalize that you must give a tithe, you must sow a seed. What is the work of that seed that you are sowing? When you are sowing seed and your fellow Christians are dying, they are killing them. Not if they are just dying, it's okay. Not that they are just doing what? Wiping them away in their own. What of tomorrow if it happen to be you? That is why you must desist from any person who claims that he is what? That is a reverend father. He is a bishop. He is this and that. And he is a pastor. But he's a GO. But he cannot come out and say, yes, that there is a genocide going on in Nigeria. If you are going to such a church, the blood of the innocent that is dying will be upon your head, because you have seen the truth and you refuse to do the needful. Quickly, I want to play one video for you. Because
genocide in Nigeria.
Look at
it here. All these people that you are seeing are Christians. They were killed by the terrorists, Fulani terrorists. They were slaughtered by the Fulani terrorists. You can see them there. Even small child. Hi. Small child. Hi. Abomination. Abomination is happening in Nigeria. Abomination. Evil. Look at it. Tomorrow, PFM President, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, he will deny there is nothing like killing of Christians in Nigeria. There is nothing like Christian genocide. Look at. Yes, PFM President have denied there is nothing like Christian genocide in Nigeria. And not only him. Look at. The innocent blood is crying against the God Nigeria.
Or Mitchell
the
James,
innocent blood,
may this happen to you.
Of Christians are crying
and your education.
The God Nigeria.
May this become your portion. May this become your portion, James. May this become your portion with your education. May this happen to you and the member of your family. May it happen to the member of your family, so you can be able to feel the pains of what is going on.
By the terrorists, Fulani terrorists.
You were a terrorist. That's why you're writing nonsense.
Terrorists. You can see them there. Even small child. Hi. Small child. Hi. Abomination. Abomination is happening in Nigeria.
James, may this happen to you.
Evil. Look at it. Tomorrow, PFM President, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, he will deny there is nothing like killing of Christians in Nigeria. There is nothing like Christian genocide.
These are people dying.
Look at.
These are human beings. We are talking of being illiterate and you're a fool like you who cannot talk.
Look at how. Look at.
Are writing nonsense. Does being educated matters on the blood that these innocent children, these innocent little babies that Fulani has killed, does it matter? May this condition, may this position possess you and your family. May this possess you and your family. You can, that is what we're saying. Or you see, any that the GO who is not condemning this killing, which from his church, he supports Fulani jihadists. The word Christian is a fraud to the Christianity. It has bring you that you cannot defend yourself. Today, Israel, at all time, defend themselves with gun and bullets. But on you, they will tell you, if they slap you here, tell the other one for him to slap you. When you see someone who is coming with a gun, what can you do? What can you do? What we are doing doesn't matter We don't need school to education to talk about what is happening to us. Those who are the intellectuals, educated morons like you cannot talk the truth. Look at the video I'm playing. And what is going on. And what is happening in Nigeria. And the current president is denying these facts. You are that the GO cannot be able to condemn these killings. And on Sunday, you wake up, bath, and went to listen to that evil man. So ask yourself, if this is happen to you, and you have in your spirit, you've been hearing that you are so called at GO cell that you did not, nobody killed you. How are you going to feel? How are you going to feel? It's a wake-up call to Africa to wake up. Africa must rise up. Because they are coming for the second time. They are using Fulani jihadists to reduce the numbers of Africa. And how can they do it? When they finally make Nigeria a safe haven, they will start attacking all Africa Christian, all African population, because Fulani jihadists want it to be only them, as British has its plan with them already. The Fulanis want it to be only the Fulani jihadists want only them to live, to take over all the countries in the world. They can only achieve it when they make Nigeria this particular safe haven they plan to do. But we, the Biafran people, have stood up and said, hell no, that we are not going to die. That's why we're still alive. And because we are fighting for the freedom, that's why the world hates us so much. We want Africa to know that we, Biafran people, are not your problem. Rather, we are the solution to end what will happen to all of you in the next 3-5 years. Well, that is their plan. And because of the jihadist movement has think that this Biafra has set them back in their mission. And also putting the eyes of the people, making eyes of people open is part of it. So Africa, recognizing Biafra as a sovereign state is a solution to end the genocide or to stop those that they are killing the indigenous people in Nigeria. Remember, before anybody accepted this Christianity from the white man, you are an indigenous person living in your ancestral land before the Christian land come. The most senseless people that I never see is those call themselves Christian. A Christianity in Africa is a fraud. Christianity in Africa is what? Fraud. The way Africa are doing is it the way they are worshiping in Asia, in Europe? Can you tell me true? Just be sincere to yourself. The Christianity, the one that we have been worshiping before the amalgamation, before the colonial masters, before the slave trade, is pure Christian. But this one from the white man today is a pure fraud. This Christianity from a white man is fraud. And that is what put us where we are today. Yes, we have to fight to clear our name, but it must be when you give us the recognition as a country, then we will stand on that and do what? And fight and change that narrative that British give to us, and that narrative that British label on us. So, why is it that the Christians are the one dying, and through those worship Allah called Muslim, there is the only, why is it that these jihadist Fulani caliphates are the one killing the indigenous people? I am a Christian, but not this kind of Christian that somebody will slap me, I will turn over my sheep for him to slap me again. No, I'm not that kind of Christian. If you slap me one, I will slap you three to defend myself. That is kind of Christianity that is kind of who we are before all these white men come and destroy us. That is why for us to regain ourselves, that is why the Biafra has rose up. For us to have our own country, to live in our own way of respecting humanity. In the slave trade master time, none of Fulani Jihad was slaved. Rather, British that start this slave trade business use them as the agent to capture those who are Christians. If they can use them then to capture you and slave you and sell you out, why can't you understand right now that the killing is also handover they did before that? That is what is happening today. So we are calling on the world for them to know that, look at it here.
Christians,
look at
genocide in Nigeria. You can see it here. All these people that you are seeing are Christians. They were killed by the terrorists, Fulani terrorists. They were slaughtered by the Fulani terrorists. You can see them there. Even small child. Hi. Small child. Hi. Abomination. Abomination is happening in Nigeria. Abomination. Evil. Look at it. Tomorrow, PFM president, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, he will deny there is nothing like killing of Christians in Nigeria.
This evidence. Look at it here. Human being, Christians.
Look at
what Britain brought to us.
Yes, PFM president have denied there is nothing like Christian genocide in Nigeria. And not only
country first, you are too small to flag my YouTube. Who are you? Now your father gave YouTube. Yesterday I block you, today I will block you again. Look at the thing that's going on. In the name of that, they are Christians and they are dying, doing nothing. And may this position happen to you, country first. May this position happen, may you be alive, and may your family be in this position. May your family be in this position of these innocent children, innocent child and young men that are dying. Look at them here. May members of your family inherit this. May you be in this position that I want you to be alive so you will feel pain when your family members go through this. May this happen to anybody who could not be able to condemn this. Country first, you know that it takes you 5 minutes to write, and it takes me a second to trash the nonsense you write out and block you. But you commented again, let me see. If you check out all the nonsense you commented here has been wiped out. May this become your position, you and members of your family. May happen to you. May you and your family members experience this kind of unwanted death, this genocide of killing the Christians without them doing anything.
Look at the innocent blood is crying against this country called Nigeria. The innocent blood of Christians are crying against this country called Nigeria.
Let us go into what brings me here today. Look at evidence. Look at her mother. What Fulani Jihad did to him, did to her. Go and challenge the Fulanis. Look at it. A woman sleeping in her house. She survived it. And the sound could not be able to survive it. Look at it. May, if you are challenging me, may this happen to a member of your family first. May they be in this position. They now come and challenge me.
Fulani bandits have one assignment, and one that assignment they were given mandate to make sure they accomplish it.
That is exactly.
Forget about this. They are
and you are here challenging
people, kidnapping people and demanding for ransom. That one it be the pocket money they look for. But their main assignments, from what we are seeing, they are displaying, is to do what? To make sure if they enter one Christian community, may they flush.
Are you hearing it?
They will take over after they have accomplished that assignment. That Fulani bandits have one assignment, and one that assignment they were given mandate.
If we are not doing this video, can you know that it's happening in Nigeria? If you're not bringing it out,
people and demand for ransom.
The agenda is to Islamize everybody and
as this car protected
what
this
happened?
couple.
What happened? And who are sponsoring them? They are who are sponsoring them? The white man, Britain is the one, and China is the one sponsoring what is happening.
Leave me, make a
Look at them here.
Music. Because when are they giving information that they fixing at the talk, and they carry the talk, and are the legit information are they giving now? Siame, watch the screen. You will see say American soldier when they don't enter Nigeria. Finally, today will be 16 on Sunday today. They don't locate the camp where bandits they stand, where they stay. My brother, not be carry talk. Now reality, I tell you, so watch the script, see the plane, 90 for up the flight. So they don't finally trace where the camp they day. When now this is what they tell them for Eastern Abuja village. Now this camp, the forest of Abuja, now this camp they don't finally locate that today. Where the bandit they stay their camp, American soldiers don't locate them.
And you are here not supporting what we are doing. Rather, you will come to talk trash on us. Lot of things are going on. Lot of killings of the indigenous people. But let me go into what brings me here today. My topic today is that one Nigeria people, now Biafra or Igbos is not your problem. Your problem is Britain. That is why I put it there, Britain, UK, London, England, whatever you can call them, they are your problem. Them and the Fulani jihadists is your problem, not me. Because the way they slaved you as a Christian is where they slaved me. Do you know that in the history of the slave masters, they did not slave any. That Britain did not enslave any Fulani jihadist person. In the history of the jihad, in the history of all this, they never enslaved any Fulani jihadists in their movement. Rather, they used them as the agent to capture Christians and bring to them. They give them weapons to be capturing the Christians and bring to them. All they have been slaves in the slave trade are all are Christians. What about Ghana? What about South Africa? What about Congo? Let me play this history to you, so you will know what British did to us. British is a problem that causing the killing that is going on in Nigeria, the killing of the Christians are happening today is being caused by British. Because they are the one who powered Fulani jihadists, caliphate. Give them power to deal with anybody who is not jihadist the way they want. And the only way they can stop you from attacking them is by bringing Christians to you to tell you that, oh, if they slap you here, turn the other and slap you. If you slap me one, I will slap you 5. Eye for eye. That is what we're supposed to be doing. But they bring the Bible, they bring the Christianity in other way around to calm your mind down so you will not talk at all. Then you will not rise up. Let us see. If British in the colonial time, they colonized any flying jihadists, caliphate, or they even in the slave trade, they even slave any of them at all. Yes, I know that they are no longer Christian today. That is why they are not talking. You see, all this killing that is going on in Nigeria is what British wants. Because of what? Yesterday I bring it out. Because of our own God's given mineral resources that they do not have, and this Fulani jihadist caliphate did not have it. That is why they want to wipe us away. The slave trade has never stopped. You see, the killing that's going on in Nigeria today is another slave trade. You think it have ended? It has never ended, because Britain is the one controlling Nigeria today, telling them what and what not to do. If they say that it has been ended, why are they not condemning this killing that is going on today? If you tell me that it has been ended, that slave trade has ended, when someone will die, the highest slave is to kill someone. Then you will not go through the pains. Moreover, you will just die instantly. That is the highest slave. So, it has never ended. Let us find something out. Let us see if in the history, if there is anywhere at all that British, who enslaved Biafran people, who block our recognition, has enslaved any Fulani jihadists. Listen.
No, the leaders of the Fulani Jihad did not want a unified Nigeria at all costs, or even at all. The concept of Nigeria did not exist at the time. The name was coined much later in the 1890s, and the country was only amalgamated in 1914. The primary goal of the Fulani Jihad, 1804 to 1808, was to establish the Sokoto Caliphate, a massive theocratic Islamic state built on principles fundamentally different from modern Nigerian nationhood. The goal, the Sokoto Caliphate. The leaders of the jihad, including Usman Dan Fodio, his son Muhammad Bello, and his brother Abdullahi Dan Fodio, were focused on a religious and political objective in West Africa. 1. Religious purity. The most important goal was the purification of Islam and the establishment of a state governed strictly by Sharia, Islamic law. This involved overthrowing the existing Hausa kings, Sarakuna, who were accused of moral corruption, excessive taxation, and mixing Islamic practices with paganism. 2. A federal Islamic empire. The caliphate they created was not a nation-state, but a vast federation of emirates ruled by emirs who pledged allegiance to the Sultan, Amir al-Mu'minin, in Sokoto. This empire was transnational, stretching across much of what is now northern Nigeria and into parts of Niger, Cameroon, and Chad. 3. Not based on modern borders. The boundaries of the Sokoto Caliphate were determined by military conquest and the limits of their influence, not the eventual colonial lines that defined modern Nigeria. The Caliphate's focus was horizontal, spreading Islam and control across the savannah, rather than encompassing the diverse non-Muslim groups to the south. The role of the Caliphate in Nigeria's history. The Sokoto Caliphate played a massive indirect role in shaping Nigeria, but not by choice. Foundation of Northern identity. the Caliphate, established the political and cultural identity of the region that became the Northern Protectorate under British rule. The British, through indirect rule, preserved the institutions of the Caliphate, the Sultan, the Emirs, and the Islamic legal system. Colonial amalgamation. It was the British colonial government that eventually conquered the Caliphate, 1903, and merged it with the Southern Territories in 1914 to create the political entity known as Nigeria. This was done for fiscal and administrative convenience, not due to any pre-existing desire for unity from the Caliphate's leaders. In summary, the leaders of the Fulani Jihad sought the Caliphate at all costs, not Nigeria. Nigeria was a later colonial creation built upon the territorial fragments of the Caliphate and other independent polities.
I hope you are hearing. I hope you are hearing this. Britain has never enslaved Fulani jihadists for the first time. In slave master trade, they only use them as agents to do what? To capture the Christians and take them away and enslave them. That's why I said the British committed a crime. They committed a sacrilege. So I want you to see, we are not just here to make mouth. We are not giving misinformation. We are giving you the authentic history. We research and bring, even as our little capacity of education. I don't need to speak because the English is not my thing. It's just a broad language I am trying to use. Because I want to pass a message. I hope you can see. When you ask a question, the question I asked on a secret document of the Fulanese, did Fulanese, British enslaved, under slave trade, enslaved Fulani jihadists? The answer is what? No. They never. They now told you that every information that was used or any structure that was used to build Nigeria is from where? From the information structure of the Fulani jihadists. Now, what is the Fulani jihadists? They told us here that their information, that their structure is to wipe away indigenous people by killing them. Today, what is happening? Is it not on that structure they used to build the politics of Nigeria? Is it not on that structure that they used to use in 1904 and 1908 before the amalgamation of the Sokoto Caliphate? Is that what they used to build Nigeria that are still controlling Nigeria today? Number one, it was being built on a goal of what? The leader of the jihadists, including Osman Danfodio and his son and whatever that surrenders them, they build Nigeria on a region of their own. That they are the one, that their worship is the one that's going to be on earth. Why your own will be silent. One. Number two, that they are going to be in charge of all the political level positions that are very important. Today in Nigeria, they are in the head of every other thing that is happening. Even in the church. Even in the Christian church today. Kumuyi, his father is a Muslim, jihadist Muslim. Not just a Muslim, jihadist Muslim. Today, he's not the one you call as the GO. Do you think that he will condemn his father? Condemn what his father believes? That is why you need to rethink. To know that the structure was to Islamize everybody. And they have seen this, that their mission has been delayed. Who are those that delayed it? Chukwuemeka Odimoegboju was first person that delayed this mission. And that was who took over for some 1 year or 2 years, Raf or Wazirike. The person that make it right and they never enslaved you again up to this moment is Mazi Nnamdi Okukano and Simon Ekpa. Now happen to be that Biafra is the one to stop the enslaving all of you in Nigeria. That is why today they are angry to First North because nobody is stopping them in the North. Unless now the Pastor Ezekiel has rise up with some people that have been bringing out the information of what is happening in the North. to eyes of the world to see. Listen to this again. Listen.
No, the leaders of the Fulani Jihad did not want a unified Nigeria at all costs, or even at all. The concept of Nigeria did not exist at the time. The name was coined much later in the 1890s, and the country was only amalgamated in 1914. The primary goal of the Fulani Jihad.
The jihad has been there before the amalgamation. And those who do the amalgamation, Frederick Lolugard and his girlfriend that give you Nigeria, they understand the structure of the Fulani Jihad, and they told us that when they come, that they did not destroy their culture and their structure. Rather, they build Nigeria on existing culture and structure of the Fulani Jihadist Caliphate. What is that? To kill you and possess your territory. This was their mission, because they are not indigenous person. They are not. They want to conquer every indigenous person and take over their land. So their structure, their religion is to kill you. And when they are killing you, they will be shouting Allah Akbar. Are you not hearing it? That is when you will know. So when Britain come and watch out that these people, that they cannot be able to conquer all of them easily, that those they will conquer is when they bring Christianity to you. You accept Christianity, and they told you inside the Christianity, when they slap you here, please turn the other one for them to slap you more. Then you accepted. And what is going on today? All the killings that are going on was the structure and the region of the belief of the Fulani Caliphate. But what I want us to know that the game is over. Donald Trump is a man to use to stop this jihadist movement. He break this yoke in his first tenure, because he was that man who has ever in life sanctioned Nigeria. That all this killing that is going on today inside it. Tell me, have you had any other president, even from the British, from UK, from London, from England, from Liverpool, from whatever you may call the made up of this British entity, has condemned the killing of the indigenous people that is going on today? Why are they not condemning it? Because that is the understructure they build Nigeria on, to wipe indigenous people away. So them, that what made them do the amalgamation is because of the mineral resources, because of the interest of the gain they want to make, because of economic interest that make them to amalgamate Nigeria. So they know that you, as an indigenous person, will not accept them to be taking your mineral resources without proper agreement. That is number one that made them to do what? Stop Biafra to become a country in 1967 to 1970. That is why they deny Biafra. Because they say that they are not ready to enter into another contract talk with a new country called Biafra that is going to be more difficult to them, and they will not achieve their aim. And they also know that you, being a Christian, will open your eyes. So sometimes you might know you are right. And when you said no, that you don't want this, it's going to be a challenge between you and them. So they don't want a challenge. That is why they handed Nigeria over to French jihadists for them to use their hand, finish what Britain started. I am telling you this in the history that before the amalgamation of 1914, in 1910, 1909, 1908, 1911, and 1912, that British was down killing the people of Biafra in the southern region. They was killing, destroying the warriors of Ekumeku warrior. They destroyed the Arochukwu, Arondizog in Arochukwu. They destroy all these things that protect the people before they come. They first try, after they have experiencing killing and destroying them. Now, after destroying the warriors of Ekumeku on 1913 December, on January, the amalgamation happened because the Biafran people was the one who stopped them from amalgamating the people at the right time they wish to do it. So all the mission to Islamize us is only the Igbos was the one who understand it, trying to stop it at earlier stage. But those who sabotage the words of a Kumeku give them hand to do what they did. Do you hear that? Nobody in the slave trade masters, the Fulani jihadists never did what? They never enslaved any Fulani jihadists. Rather, they make them the agent they use to capture our forefather, your forefather and my forefather, to enslave them. And where did this slave master trade happen? It happened only on the regions, on the states. They are Christians. South Africa, Congo, Ghana, Nigeria. Go and check. And that Nigeria, it happens on the side of the Biafran Igbo people. Listen, after playing this, I will also give you the evidence.
1804 to 1808 was to establish the Sokoto Caliphate, a massive theocratic Islamic state built on principles fundamentally different from modern Nigerian nationhood. The goal, the Sokoto Caliphate. The leaders of the Jihad, including Usman Dan Fodio, his son Muhammad Bello, and his brother Abdullahi Dan Fodio, were focused on a religious and political objective in West Africa. 1. Religious purity. The most important goal was the purification of Islam and the establishment of a state governed strictly by Sharia, Islamic law. This involved overthrowing the existing Hausa kings, Sarakuna, who were accused of moral corruption, excessive taxation, and mixing Islamic practices with paganism. 2. A federal Islamic empire. The caliphate they created was not a nation-state, but a vast federation of emirates ruled by emirs who pledged allegiance to the Sultan, Amir al-Mu'minin, in Sokoto. This empire was transnational, stretching across much of what is now northern Nigeria and into parts of Niger, Cameroon, and Chad. 3. Not based on modern borders. The boundaries of the Sokoto Caliphate were determined by military conquest and the limits of their influence, not the eventual colonial lines that defined modern Nigeria. The Caliphate's focus was horizontal, spreading Islam and control across the savannah, rather than encompassing the diverse non-Muslim groups to the south. The role of the Caliphate in Nigeria's history. The Sokoto Caliphate played a massive indirect role in shaping Nigeria, but not by choice. Foundation of northern identity. The Caliphate established the political and cultural identity of the region that became the Northern Protectorate under British rule. The British, through indirect rule, preserved the institutions of the Caliphate, the Sultan, the Emirs, and the Islamic legal system. Colonial amalgamation. It was the British colonial government that eventually conquered the Caliphate, 1903, and merged it with the Southern Territories in 1914 to create the political entity known as Nigeria. This was done for fiscal and administrative convenience, not due to any pre-existing desire for unity from the Caliphate's leaders. In summary, the leaders of the Fulani Jihad sought the Caliphate at all costs, not Nigeria. Nigeria was a later colonial creation built upon the territorial fragments of the Caliphate and other independent polities.
I hope you have heard the policies that have been played. When British come, they did not destroy them. They did not stop them, but they built on their own structure and tell them that you have the power to control the people, to do anything you want to the people. But anyone who refuses, please buy that person. Anyone who wants to expose this secret and this our mission that will stop it, take him away. This is what is going on. That is why you are seeing the killing of the indigenous people in Nigeria right now, because of the way Nigeria is being built by Fulani Caliphate. And if watch out, once they use them as their agent in their ruling, they're the one that British is the one that powered them to do all, because without them giving them equipment they needed to do this, they could have never achieved it. But because of that, the British did what? The British loved them as their own, and those that will help them to accomplish their dream and their mission, using what you have to build their own, they give them power to do what? To kill. That is why they are not condemning this killing today. That is why British is not sanctioning Nigeria. UK is not sanctioning Nigeria. All England is not sanctioning Nigeria. Because what they used to build their so-called country was being taken by force from the indigenous people that they call them Christians. In time of the slavery master, did the British slave Fulani jihadists? Listen to this.
No, the British did not enslave the Fulani Jihad during the time of the transatlantic slave trade or the period of colonial conquest. The relationship between the British and the Fulani Jihad was one of colonial conflict and eventual indirect partnership, not enslavement. Here's a breakdown of the timelines and dynamics. Chronology discrepancy. The timelines of the major eras of the slave trade and the Fulani Jihad do not align in a way that would allow the British to enslave the Fulani Jihad leaders or their entire movement. Transatlantic slave trade, active period. This trade was most intense between the 16th and early 19th centuries. The British abolished the trade in 1807. Fulani Jihad, 1804 to 1808. The Jihad, led by Usman Dan Fodio, occurred at the very end of the British participation in the slave trade. British conquest. The British conquest of the Sokoto Caliphate, the state established by the Jihad, and the formal ending of its independence did not occur until 1903, decades after the external slave trade had ceased, and well into the era of colonial rule. Key point. The Fulani Jihad leaders, through the Sokoto Caliphate, were themselves a major slaveholding power in the 19th century, utilizing and trading in enslaved people, largely drawn from non-Muslim and conquered communities within the region. The British were focused on suppressing this internal slave trade during their conquest. Relationship, conquest and indirect rule. When the British, under figures like Lord Lugard, finally conquered the Sokoto Caliphate in the early 1900s, they did not enslave the leaders. Instead, they established a system of control based on the existing structure. 1. Conquest, 1903. The British defeated the Caliphate's military forces, ended its independence, and replaced the Sultan as the supreme secular authority. 2. Indirect rule. The British then immediately put their policy of indirect rule into effect. They deliberately chose not to dismantle the Caliphate's political structure. Instead, they recognized and utilized the powerful emirs, the regional rulers installed by the Jihad, as their agents of colonial rule. 3. Administrative partnership. The emirs were allowed to continue collecting taxes, administering local justice based on Islamic law, and maintaining local order, provided they followed the directives of the handful of British colonial officers. The British preferred this method because the centralized, hierarchical system created by the Fulani Jihad was an efficient and cost-effective way for the British to govern the vast territory of northern Nigeria. They needed the Fulani aristocratic structure as a partner in administration, not as a source of slaves.
Do you hear it? They never enslaved them. Rather, they used them to enslave you and to enslave our forefathers. They used them. Anything that French jihadists build, they never destroy it. But when it's come to you and I, they destroy our own, condemn it totally. After they condemn it, they pack those things they are condemning our area, went in their own area, and start building what you who live in UK today, you go to their zoo, then you watch those things and you pay money. But that is things that they condemn about us. How could those things they condemn about us? They did not condemn it when it comes to Fulani Jihadist Caliphate in Sokoto. Why did they not condemn it? They use them as their agent. They are the power they have. They are the eyes they used to see. Until today, it still exists. That is why Biafran government, that is why the Biafran people have stood up on November 28, 2029 to end this, because they say that it's only we the one that gives them tough time. Today, we are the one that give Fulani Jihadists tough time. Never Islamize all of you who claim that you are one Nigeria. That is why I'm telling you that your problem is not Biafra or Igbos. Your problem is Britain, UK, London, who empowered Fulani Jihadists to be killing the indigenous people in their own ancestral land. We are built for them to know that we know the history, that all those things they put in over all these years they had it from us, that we have already got it where it is. I want to play here back again to you, so you will pick something up and know why things are happening in Nigeria. The agenda is number one, to conquer you. And how could someone conquer you without using gun and bullets? That is why I don't want to attack you, because you are coming small. I want you to know where the problem is. That people think that Biafra that we are looking for is the problem. But from the grassroots, from the origin of Nigeria, that those that are the problem is the way British gathered people of Nigeria in that amalgamation, and those that they handed over to as their agent. They call it indirect rule. This Muslim ticket is indirect rule of the Britain, because only in that way. Now let me tell you this. When it's come to the oil that British is looking for, where is that oil? In the southern region, on the rising sun side. From the same rising sun side is where you have this oil that today, that British has opened their eyes, that want them to wipe the Biafran people away with hope of them. One. Then number two, the gold in the north. The area that gold is not really the areas of the French Hadith Caliphate they are occupied. Who acquired those things? Those real Muslim and those that are real Christian. Now, for them to be able to grab the hand on all these mineral resources, one, in the agreement of the secret document of the agreement between the French Jihad and the British and Federal Lugard, what happened? They said, we will not interfere in your gold in the north, use it as you like, but allow us, we will bring the oil in the southern region. When we bring it, we will to build your north very well, and we take our part and have an agreement, and we will never interfere in your mission of Islamizing all these people. So then remember the topic we are treating, particularly this hour right now. In the time of the slavery masters, did the British slaves Fulani jihadists? Listen again.
No, the British did not enslave the Fulani Jihad during the time of the transatlantic slave trade or the period of colonial conquest. The relationship between the British and the Fulani Jihad was one of colonial conflict and eventual indirect partnership, not enslavement. Here's a breakdown of the timelines and dynamics. Chronology discrepancy. The timelines of the major eras of the slave trade and the Fulani Jihad do not align in a way that would allow the British to enslave the Fulani Jihad leaders or their entire movement.
Why is it not their way? Because they are killing. If British messed up, they'll wipe them away. That is why when they are afraid of this Fulani Jihad, but they're not afraid of us because of they give you Christianity and told you, oh, when they slap you on the left cheek, please turn the right one to slap you more. So when they come, British choose those that are very easy in their mind to enslave, and those that has weapon, those that was meant to kill, those that was meant to possess your land by all possible means, that with the equipment they have, British endorsed them. They never enslaved French Jihad because Britain was afraid of what they would do to them. Please like and share as you come. If it is your first time, you will see a 3 dot in front of your phone. Click on that 3 dot, it will open. You will see like and share, please. Because the more you like, the more the message go viral. We want them to know that the problem that is happening in Nigeria, this genocide is going on, that they are the one that caused it in the name of Christianity. No, I am not treating about Christians, but I am bringing why Christians are dying. And those that British handed over Nigeria to kill those Christians, that when the time of the slave masters, they did not enslave them, but rather they enslaved all the Christians. The countries that are Christians is the one who passed through this enslaved master time. That is what I am bringing out to you. I am not preaching about Christian. I am bringing history that what is going, the killing of the Christians that we are seeing in Nigeria today was ordained or masterminded by the plan that British has with the Fulani jihadists for them to accomplish their mission. And you see all the GOs that they are not condemning, and you go and check in the history. Oyekoleme, his father, is a true core jihadist person. Can you ask, why did Afghanistan chase America away? Have you asked why? And you know that somebody must use inner house to destroy you. What I'm telling you is that British, as the few of them that entered, then trying to kill the French jihadists, they cannot be able to do it because these people are not looking back and they are not stopping. So when they say that the difficulties that what the Fulani will do to them is heavy than what you as a Christian will do to them, they now endorse them, give them power. And what happens? Then for them to use them to conquer, to slave you and I. That's what I want you to know. So that the Christians that are dying today in the Benue, in the north, anywhere part of Nigeria, was well orchestrated plan for them to possess your own father's territory by killing. And the fact that those that are Christians cannot be able to kill because we respect blood, we respect humanity. What happened? So they give it to those who will not respect your blood and you being a human.
Atlantic slave trade, active period. This trade was most intense between the 16th and early 19th centuries. The British abolished the trade in 1807.
Yes.
Fulani Jihad, 1804 to 1808. The Jihad, led by Usman Dan Fodio, occurred at the very end of the British participation in the slave trade. British conquest. The British conquest of the Sokoto Caliphate, the state established by the Jihad, and the formal ending of its independence did not occur until 1903, decades after the external slave trade had ceased, and well into the era of colonial rule. Key point. The Fulani Jihad leaders, through the Sokoto Caliphate, were themselves a major slaveholding power in the 19th century, utilizing and trading in enslaved people, largely drawn from non-Muslim and conquered communities within the region. The British were focused on suppressing this internal slave trade during their conquest. Relationship, conquest and indirect rule. When the British, under figures like Lord Lugard, finally conquered the Sokoto Caliphate in the early 1900s, they did not enslave the leaders. Instead, they established a system of control based on the...
They did not enslave the leaders. They did not slave any of them, of these terrorist jihadists that you see that are capable in Nigeria. Rather, they build up their structure, their way of life. British endorse it and maintain it for them to move on. But on your own, they change it in Africa for those that are Christians.
Existing structure. 1. Conquest, 1903. The British defeated the Caliphate's military forces, ended its independence, and replaced the Sultan as the supreme secular authority. 2. Indirect rule. The British then immediately put their policy of indirect rule into effect. They deliberately chose not to dismantle the Caliphate's political structure. Instead, they recognized and utilized the powerful emirs, the regional rulers installed by the Jihad, as their agents of colonial rule. 3. Administrative partnership. The emirs were allowed to continue collecting taxes, administering local justice based on Islamic law, and maintaining local order, provided they followed the directives of the handful of British colonial officers. The British preferred this method because the centralized, hierarchical system created by the Fulani Jihad was an efficient and cost-effective way for the British to govern the vast territory of northern Nigeria. They needed the Fulani aristocratic structure as a partner in administration, not as a source of slaves.
Listen to this. Now you have listened to this to see what is their plan. The British did not enslave any of those who are jihadist Muslim movements. They did not. But let us see, who are those that British enslaved? Then you will see, listen, it's only those that are Christians area was those that was being captured in the slave time. Listen to this.
The British participation in the transatlantic slave trade focused primarily on people captured from the vast majority of people taken into slavery by the British during the period of the transatlantic slave trade, roughly 16th century to 1807, were Africans from West and West Central Africa. While the British also relied on forced labor from other groups, the system of chattel slavery that powered the New World colonies was overwhelmingly based on the enslavement of Africans. The main source of enslaved people, West and West Central Africa, British slave ships transported an estimated 3.4 million Africans across the Atlantic. These people came from regions along the African coast, where the British and other European powers had trading posts and forts. The key regions and groups included: the Bight of Biafra now includes parts of Nigeria and Cameroon. This became a dominant supply zone, providing many people from the Igbo and surrounding groups. The Bight of Benin now includes parts of Nigeria, Benin and Togo, a major source, including people from the Yoruba, Fon, and other groups. The Gold Coast, now Ghana, supplied people from the Ashanti and other groups. The Windward Coast, now Sierra Leone and Liberia, supplied people from the Mende and other groups. West Central Africa, now Angola and Congo, also a significant source, supplying people from the Congo and Mbundu groups. How enslavement occurred. It is important to note that European traders generally did not venture far inland to capture people themselves. Instead, they purchased captives from 1. African leaders and merchants, powerful coastal African kingdoms, like the Ashanti Empire and the Kingdom of Dahomey. And merchants would capture people from rival groups or through warfare and sell them to the European traders at coastal forts in exchange for manufactured goods, guns and alcohol. 2. Internal conflicts. The high demand for enslaved people fueled local conflicts and wars, creating a constant supply of prisoners of war who were then sold into the transatlantic trade. Other forms of forced labor and enslavement. While the African slave trade was the largest and most prominent, the British also used other forms of coerced labor involving different groups. European indentured servants. In the early colonial period, 17th century, many poor English, Irish and Scottish people came to the Americas as indentured servants. Although they worked under contracts for a fixed period to pay for their passage, the system was often brutal and sometimes amounted to temporary slavery. Convict transportation. The British forcibly transported tens of thousands of convicts, many imprisoned for minor crimes, from Britain to colonies like Australia and parts of the Caribbean to serve as forced labor. South Asian and Chinese indentured labor. After the abolition of slavery in 1833, the British began transporting large numbers of Indians, and to a lesser extent, Chinese workers to the Caribbean, Fiji, and other colonies to work on plantations and build infrastructure, like railways. This system of indentured labor was highly regulated, but often involved harsh working conditions and exploitation, sometimes being called a new system of slavery.
Are you hearing it? Now, check on all these corners we mentioned here. Point out, if you are following, those Christian countries that British enslaved. Then point out those are Fulani jihadist country, Muslim Islamic country, that Fulani, that's Britain enslaved. So you understand what area I'm going. The Christians are the one who suffered so much. And that is people that Britain claim that they bring Christianity into, and you handed over Christianity. Then what happened? How could you hand over Christianity and you slaved us? We are not free people. Except these days that many countries are fighting. Today you can see Burkina Faso fighting to remove themselves from the colonial master of France and Britain also. So when you see all this happening, why people are dying today, and the people, why America is talking, and people are tagging it on Biafra, on Igbo, on ITU. No. It's the things that has been going on from day one that has come, that now is a time for those things to end. And before it will end, somebody must expose it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our president, have exposed this for all long time. The same as Simon Ekpa, and now that we are here also. So join from where they stop to make the same exposition for the world to know. We have understand where our problem is coming from. But you see Obama attacking Igbo man, attacking that Biafra is his problem. Why that those that caused this thing, they enslaved me? They even mentioned Igbos, they mentioned Yorubas, and some countries that they use, and how they will be able to use the Fulani to capture our forefathers, to enslave them. You forget, you leave those that they are being used. You are rapporting with those people. Today, Yoruba is rapporting with Fulani Jihad. that British used to enslave them in the olden time. They are in good times with them. But when it's going to Biafran people, they will bring all manner of assault, all manner of bad word to us. Why that? We are not the problem. Rather, we are into the problem with you. We're only trying to bring solution out to stop it. Cameroon, are they Muslim country? Ghana, are they Muslim country? Check very well. They also use some African countries that are Muslim, that when Fulani jihadists captured our forefathers, give it to them, what will happen? They will pass it over to African countries where Britain will come and take it and walk away. Yes, God is God. God is not a religion. Yes, I believe that. But God remains God. So then under this religion, under this Christianity, who are we worshiping? It's God. So there is no way you can remove religion from God. There is no way. You have over how many people? British slave ship traders, over 3.4 million Africans across the Atlantic Ocean. Over 3.4 million in the slave trade. And who are those that British enslaved so much? The plight of Biafra. This Biafra we are still fighting today. They know about it. Now, including part of Nigeria and Cameroon. Now it's come to Yorubas, the Bini people, and what? Togo. Bini, Togo are major, and Yorubas with Biafras are those that these people enslaved. Ghana is involved. Are you hearing it? So I want to know that the problem in Nigeria did not start today, but it's only that the Biafran people or the Igbos saw it in time. Chukwuemeka Odumegwu wanted all this to end in time. That is why he's looking for Biafra from the earlier stage. Please, my people, 1 minute. So, my people, sorry for that. So, when you listen to all this history of the world, then you will understand why you must right now that the killings are going on in Nigeria. That your pastor refusing to talk about this problem, proving that your pastor supports Britain that enslaved the Christian, and also denying of those that are dying in Nigeria today. When it's time of slave, Yoruba people who hated us right now, who are running to go and stay with the Fulani people, they enslaved you through the Fulani jihadists. They enslaved Biafran people. They enslaved people of Benin, Togo, Ghana. These are the group that was being enslaved. They used some even Sierra Leone. All these areas, and today you see a Biafran man fighting to remove himself from the slave ended on the mouth, but in the heart of the British and the Fulani jihadists, it never ended. That is where they are still killing you today, to possess your land and take over. That is why all that you are happening to is happening, because it was well planned. And they said when the British come, they find out what is the plan of the Fulani jihad. They did not stop them, rather they equipped them. They endorsed their own kind of what they want. And British now tell them, look at what we want, can you give it this? So today, your problem, who is a Yoruba man? Who is the Hausa man? Who is attacking who is attacking the Biafran people. I only want you to know that attacking us is not the problem. That we say that we want out is not the problem. That your problem is those that have enslaved the forefathers and see today indirect, see enslave you more and more. And the only thing you will do is to attack the Biafran people, who are the solution. They find out in the earlier stage that Biafra is the solution. That is why they don't want Biafra to be a country. These are the things that are more important that you need to know right now. So let's not deceive you by telling you or hating Igbos or Biafrans. Biafra will bring a solution in Africa. There is no light. Biafra is trying to give you light. There is no free education. There is no good road. There is no hospital. This is why we want to bring to you. And you are against those who has planned, who has understand this before this time, that want to stop it. Then what you do is to join those that's contributing in enslaving you today. Ethiopia, Kenya, all Angola, Amazonia, Hausa, all are what? All are Sudan. Language, female members. All I know, I have already told you. So in the history, you can search more and find out why what is happening in Nigeria today is happening. Why the killings are going on. So we must adhere to stop all these things. Stop attacking us. Britain single-handedly, because they understand if Christian was not part of all this, those that are dying in the north, are they Muslim? Are they Fulani Jihad? You don't know that your Christian is interjecting in their plan. You don't know that. You don't know that Christian is problem of the Fulani Jihad, because your Christians is challenging their plan. So the Christianity that they want to stop and Islamize you is not a problem. It's not part of the problem. So I am letting you to know today that we, the Biafran people, you who is a Yoruba person who is attacking us, to know that we are not the one that enslaved you. We did not even contribute at all, but on our own was even the first being mentioned that Biafran people was being slaved so much in time of slavery master. Today, the Christianity is what the Fulani does not want. That is why their plan, their agenda in the first place is to Islamize all of us. And because of the name of Christian, we refuse. People are dying today. And when you come out on social media, your problem is Igbo people. Your problem is Biafra. Am I the one who enslaved? Is it Biafra that enslaved you? Is it Biafra that put you in slave trade? Is the question. Are we even the ideas? But those that seated down with Britain, which is Fulani Jihad, the caliphate that sit down to handle this, are the one that you are in good terms with. That is why you must know that Biafra is not your problem. Rather, we have our own problem. And the only way we can solve our problem is by denouncing this Nigeria and their evil plan. Then we can be able to free ourselves. And in the midst of free ourselves, we all must be free. Once a Biafra is free, believe you me, you are free. So, in this country that if not because of oil and the interest of the British. Anything about British is with Fulani jihadists is about their interest of what they want to gain. And why is it like that? Because there is wanting oil. Do you know that in the history, they also told us that if there is no oil, that nobody will answer one Nigeria today. If there is no oil, nobody. And because of this oil, that is why they enslaved us. If there is no oil, nobody will answer one Nigeria. And what is the impact of the British amalgamation? Because there is oil. And if there is no economy that British will have been benefited, there will be no Nigeria. Because nobody is a Nigeria. After everything that bring all these problems of killings of a slavery master in Africa, go and check the countries pass through these enslaved masters. There is one thing. Yes. Because of these enslaved masters, because of British agenda, that is why Mazen is where he is today. To stop you from having a life. Have you asked yourself a question? Before that name Nigeria, who are you as a Yoruba man, as an Igbo man, as an Ijaw man, as you claim you are? Who are you before that? And the only thing you see that is Mazen Nandekano, Biafra is your problem. Biafra is not your problem. Your problem is Britain, who amalgamated you, who also enslaved you, who also give Fulani jihadist power over you to control you, to use their own structure, implement law that is guiding you as a Nigerian. That is why today you have Sharia law in the north, and they want to implement it all over the courts. And your problem is Mazen Nandekano. Your problem is Biafran people. Your problem is Igbos. Why that Igbos went through hell in the hand of Britain. The same way they enslaved you as a Yoruba man, as an Hausa man, is the same way they enslaved Biafran people, moreover, because of this one thing called oil. That's why when we tell that nobody is a Nigerian, you will not listen, you will not understand this, and try to know important thing that you're supposed to know. And you just want to die in that way. It's not for you. I give you a question to ask on your Google Internet. If there is no mineral resources or economy, can Nigeria be amalgamated? Can that Nigeria, can that thing, that name called Nigeria, come in existence in the world? You know, the British, one thing about them is that they will give you every history down. It depends how you find that history. Because the only one thing they're capable of doing is that they know that when they put everything under writing and hide it, that you as a black man who is in a hurry in everything, you could not come down to find that particular thing they have hidden from you, of history of who you are. They know who you are. They will write it. Or those that have been writing before you. When we are saying that British was the one who put Africa in darkness, you will not listen. How did they do it? By denying Biafra in 1967 to 1970. Why you as a one Nigeria is dying today is because of British opposed that Biafra will not be a country because of our mineral resources, because of our economy. Yes, that is everything that is included in what is called what? Mineral resources. Economy is only the interest you have a name called one Nigeria. In earlier stage, British in 1967 to 1970, British have already seen that the Biafran people are very difficult people, that we are not going to allow them to take all these resources that you are seeing that have been taken away from you. They know that we are not going to allow them to take all the mineral resources. So that is why I want you to know that when you see a Britain man, you're not supposed to go close to him. And that's why my prayer will also say, it will never be better with anybody who believe in that amalgamation called Nigeria and those who believe in one Nigeria. Biafra is a freedom of every Christianity in Nigeria. Go and check. Biafra is your freedom. If you're a Christian, you don't want to die, support the movement of Biafran people toward to give Biafra their own country. Then you will see value of worshiping Christ. Christianity that we are seeing today dies in Africa because of there is no Biafra. That is why you are the GO, your current president will come out and open his evil mouth to say that there is no genocide going on in Nigeria. That is AI video. Could you imagine? But if there is a Biafra, nobody will kill you and nobody will deny the facts. The same, they know that Biafra will be a challenge at all times, that we will present and represent truth. That is why they deny us in 1967 to 1970. Do you doubt it? There is a written document. How Britain single-handedly blocked Biafra, opposed Biafra. How they lobby many countries and chase them away to do not recognize Biafra. Because of what? I'm telling you, the light of Africa is in the hand of Biafra people from the rising sun, where we are. Go and check. Until Biafra becomes a full country to defend you is when you will understand the meaning of what we are doing. If a can man, if a bishop never open mouth and talk about the slaughtering of the Christians, what are you thinking? Imagine if a member of your family was among those that are slaughtering in the right now, and you hear can president talking that trash, and the bishops, reverend fathers, pastors, Chris Oyekleme, and all of them refuse to open their mouth to say enough is enough. Are you supposed to be worshiping? Are you supposed to go to their church? Stay in your room, pray to your God, read your Bible. It's okay for you. Immediately I left Nigeria, I know that, oh, so this thing that didn't trust us all this why is fraud. This is just to make money. Tell me that pastor, that bishop, who is not driving one of the best car, though that even to the extent that a pastor, that GO, has a private jet. This is, if you have traveled abroad, how many times did you hear in the church? How many times, if you have traveled abroad, did you go to church? Did you go to church sowing seed in America or in any country where you are, make them pay your salary in a month? After working for them, when month ends, did you wait to go and pray and fast before you receive your salary? For a country where I am, I don't pray for me to receive my salary. Once that month, that day come, I will be sleeping, or maybe I will be at work, my salary will come. I did not do fasting for one day for me to get a job in this country where I am. I did not do fasting one day for me to be paid if I do my job. How many hours I have to work and closed? Once month end, into your account, you see your salary. If a current president in Nigeria, because of money, because of promise from Nigerian government and the Fulani jihadists, can open out and deny you, those who die, they are your Christian brothers, they also deny you today. You are alive and you've been denied. So if anything happens to you tomorrow, nobody will talk about it. That is why Biafra is only solution. So you can have a right, you can protect your life under self-determination. Are you doubting me that is only British was the reason why Biafra is not a country? Are you doubting that? Listen to this.
Britain strongly opposed the international recognition of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970, primarily to protect its significant economic interests, chiefly oil, and to maintain the integrity of the Nigerian state which it had created as a major post-colonial power. Reasons for British opposition. The British government's policy of supporting the federal military government, FMG of Nigeria, and opposing Biafran secession was driven by three core interconnected interests. 1. Oil and economic interests. Protecting Shell BP. The most critical factor was the need to safeguard the vast investments of the Anglo-Dutch oil company Shell BP, now Shell, which had its most vital installations and oil reserves located in the eastern region, Biafra. Royalties.
Oil blockade in the eastern region, Biafra. This is a document of British, how they stopped Biafra to being a country. Because of oil in the eastern region, they target what? Biafra. When you come, you claim from your Niger Delta. You claim from your this one. But they call you what? Eastern region, Biafra. It's your name. That is who you are.
And preferred to deal with a single, stable federal government for oil contracts and royalty.
Do you hear that? They knew that Biafra is not going to accept the level of the oil, the gas that British is taking over, is taken from eastern region called Biafra. You had it here. This is the history. I am not running propaganda. That is me. Look at what I'm reading in history. You can see it here. When my laptop is ready, when I come, I will place it on the screen. I can even ask you to read from the comment section, to read it on your own. And you leave those that stopped me from being a country. You leave those that enslaved you. You leave those that are taking your oil and your gold and your gas, all your natural resources. And your problem is, when we talk about Biafra, that there is a reason why that British blocked Biafra to being a country. It's for them to lay pipe from eastern region to Europe. That is why. And you claim you are Niger Delta. You are from South. You are this, you are that. And this oil, you in your entire life, what is the benefit you have gained from Nigeria? What is your benefit? Can you? Have this or have any month come and said, we give you 2,000 because of oil? We move. I ask a question. You who claim you are from South, I am Niger Delta. I'm not a Biafra. I'm this, I'm Isoko, I am this, and I'm not, I'm from Benin, I'm from Edo. Tell me, in all these mineral resources, have you a month ended and you got a message from your bank or from anywhere that I was being paid because of we have oil? But this country where I am, they have oil. Their citizens are not working really hard job. They only go to work 4 hours, 6 hours, they go back to house. Those who want to work, the money of they are making from their oil is enough. Every family is benefiting from it. Because they value the life of their people and they want their people to live well. Not like you are one Nigeria. Not like what? You are one Nigeria. They told you us here in this document that they blocked Biafra to become a country. The reason why they block is that they know that they are not going to accept a contract talk the way they want it. That is why they have an agreement. I am from Biafra. I am from United States of Biafra, the new country that was declared on November 29, 2024. That is where I'm from right now. I have denounced that death sentence called One Nigeria. That is the problem. The problem of One Nigeria is Britain, UK, London, Fulani jihadist caliphate is your problem, not me, a Biafran man who under self-determination has a right to choose who is going to be my president, who is going to be my governor, and how I want to live my life. I'm not your problem. But you put everything on me as if I'm the problem. Those that stopped me knows my value and what I could have given to you. Those who divide us is your problem. Those who play divide and rule on us is the problem, not me, who have under self-determination has a right to choose the name of my country. In the eastern region, they said it's all eastern region is what Biafra in this document of why Britain strongly oppose the international recognition of Biafra in 1967 to 1970 to become a country. But we as the Biafran people, we have went back to re-declare it again. And now we are seeking for our Biafra under peaceful movement, not under armed struggle, for us to get what? Our official international recognition. I said the Christianity that British brought to us is a problem to you and I. The Christianity makes us we look like Mugu, we don't know our rights. I didn't condemn, did I condemn Christ? Did I condemn God? For me, it's got to where I am over 3 years. I never go to church, but I lay down in my room, I pray, I read my Bible, he's here with me. And with it, that way I'm reading, that is why I know that if you slap me once, I will slap you too. Because of this Christianity, that is why we are the way we are today. Because of the world know that Biafra the world understand that Biafra, Britain understand that Biafra will stop them from all this impunity that is going on today. That is why they lie to the world about us. Listen to this document I'm playing. I will not talk, so you will know what I am saying. What is going on? What all I'm doing to you today, I give you evidence of the document I am playing to you. It's not of deep down research that they are not on the Google map. You can't find those things because they hide it deeply. Until you go to the secret of all the world, when you go to that secret, then you start asking questions about you, and the things that happened in the past. They will not start bringing that to you. Do you know that before that British didn't, in the time of slavery master, they did not even enslave any Fulani person. Rather, they enslaved Christians. How do I condemn Christianity? I did not. I am a Christian. I am a Roman Catholic guy, but I don't believe we even with all this that the heads of the Christians are denying us, our brothers who are dying. Would you open up and say you're a Christian? That is why you need to rethink. Have you seen any president who comes out to debunk Nigeria that is people are dying really? The numbers of Nigeria who are dying daily, that Fulani are killing daily. Do you know that those that Fulani, the numbers of those that have been by Fulani jihadists are more than those that are dying on their own? Listen.
rather than a fragmented Nigeria, where oil flow could be disrupted, or contracts renegotiated by a new Biafran state. Declassified documents show that protecting this important stake was the dominant factor in policy formulation. Fuel security. The British economy was also keen to keep Nigerian oil flowing to mitigate domestic oil shortfalls caused by Middle East instability, particularly following the 1967 Six-Day War. 2. Maintaining one Nigeria. Legacy of decolonization. Britain, as the former colonial power, had created Nigeria as a unified state. They saw the country's unity as vital for its post-colonial influence and stability in the region. Precedent for secession. London feared that recognizing Biafra would set a disastrous precedent for other fragile post-colonial African states, leading to further tribal fragmentation and instability across the continent, which was contrary to British foreign policy goals. 3. Diplomatic and political alignments. Commonwealth. Supporting the FMG was seen as maintaining a relationship with a major Commonwealth nation and avoiding a deep diplomatic crisis with Lagos. International stance. Britain aligned its policy with the general stance of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, which strongly opposed post-colonial border changes and secessionist movements. Methods used to block recognition. Britain used a combination of direct military support and sophisticated diplomatic and propaganda efforts to undermine Biafra's international standing and help the FMG crush the secession. 1. Military and arms support. The most direct way Britain supported the FMG and undermined Biafra's capacity for statehood was by becoming a major supplier of arms. Continued arms sales. The British Labour government, led by Prime Minister Harold Wilson, maintained and even increased the supply of weapons and ammunition to the FMG, effectively abandoning an initial stance of neutrality. The supplies included millions of rounds of ammunition, rifles, mortars, and armoured personnel carriers. Strategic justification. Officially, Britain claimed it was merely fulfilling long-standing contracts, but the volume of the shipments was sufficient to give the Nigerian Federal Army the decisive military edge needed to defeat the Biafran forces and retake the oil-rich regions. 2. Diplomatic and UN pressure. Britain actively discouraged other nations from recognizing Biafra and prevented the issue from gaining traction in key international bodies. Lobbying states. British diplomats intensely lobbied the governments of the United States and other Western powers to ensure they did not recognize Biafra, arguing that it would only prolong the war and destabilize West Africa. Blocking at the UN, London successfully worked to keep the conflict categorized as an internal Nigerian matter, thus preventing the United Nations UN from taking any formal action that might have legitimized Biafra's claim to statehood or forced a ceasefire. 3. Propaganda and psychological warfare. To counter the enormous international sympathy Biafra gained due to famine and suffering, Britain helped the FMG control the narrative. Countering genocide claims, Biafran propaganda, facilitated by the Swiss media establishment Mark Press, was highly effective at drawing attention to the humanitarian catastrophe. British officials worked to help the FMG improve the presentation of its policies, denying or downplaying accusations of genocide. International Observer Team. Britain strongly pushed the FMG to accept a team of international observers from the UK, Canada, Sweden, OAU, etc. into FMG-controlled territory. The subsequent reports from these observers, which stated that no government-led campaign of genocide was occurring, were then widely used by the British government to justify its continued arms supply and rebut international public pressure for an arms embargo.
Are you hearing it? I will play it again before we explain it again. I will play it fully so you may understand the history of Biafra. I don't know from which document you heard of Ojukwu, but Ojukwu declared Biafra dead. When? Or that Ojukwu who declared Biafra is no longer alive. It's that Ojukwu has passed away. I don't understand. Make a person very known to so I can be able to understand it very well.
Britain strongly opposed the international recognition of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970, primarily to protect its significant economic interests, chiefly oil, and to maintain the integrity of the Nigerian state which it had created as a major post-colonial power. Reasons for British opposition. The British government's policy of supporting the federal military government, FMG of Nigeria, and opposing Biafran secession was driven by three core interconnected interests. 1. Oil and economic interests. Protecting Shell BP. The most critical factor was the need to safeguard the vast investments of the Anglo-Dutch oil company Shell BP, now Shell, which had its most vital installations and oil reserves located in the eastern region, Biafra. Royalties. The British government preferred to deal with a single, stable federal government for oil contracts and royalties, rather than a fragmented Nigeria where oil flow could be disrupted, or contracts renegotiated by a new Biafran state. Declassified documents show that protecting this important stake was the dominant factor in policy formulation. Fuel security. The British economy was also keen to keep Nigerian oil flowing to mitigate domestic oil shortfalls caused by Middle East instability, particularly following the 1967 Six-Day War. 2. Maintaining one Nigeria. Legacy of decolonization. Britain, as the former colonial power, had created Nigeria as a unified state. They saw the country's unity is vital for its post-colonial influence and stability in the region. Precedent for secession. London feared that recognizing Biafra would set a disastrous precedent for other fragile post-colonial African states, leading to further tribal fragmentation and instability across the continent, which was contrary to British foreign policy goals. 3. Diplomatic and political alignments. Commonwealth. Supporting the FMG was seen as maintaining a relationship with a major Commonwealth nation and avoiding a deep diplomatic crisis with Lagos. International stance. Britain aligned its policy with the general stance of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, which strongly opposed post-colonial border changes and secessionist movements. Methods used to block recognition. Britain used a combination of direct military support and sophisticated diplomatic and propaganda efforts to undermine Biafra's international standing and help the FMG crush the secession. 1. Military and arms support. The most direct way Britain supported the FMG and undermined Biafra's capacity for statehood was by becoming a major supplier of arms. Continued arms sales. The British Labour government, led by Prime Minister Harold Wilson, maintained and even increased the supply of weapons and ammunition to the FMG, effectively abandoning an initial stance of neutrality. The supplies included millions of rounds of ammunition, rifles, mortars, and armoured personnel carriers. Strategic justification. Officially, Britain claimed it was merely fulfilling long-standing contracts, but the volume of the shipments was sufficient to give the Nigerian Federal Army the decisive military edge needed to defeat the Biafran forces and retake the oil-rich regions. 2. Diplomatic and UN pressure. Britain actively discouraged other nations from recognizing Biafra and prevented the issue from gaining traction in key international bodies. Lobbying states. British diplomats intensely lobbied the governments of the United States and other Western powers to ensure they did not recognize Biafra, arguing that it would only prolong the war and destabilize West Africa. Blocking at the UN, London successfully worked to keep the conflict categorized as an internal Nigerian matter, thus preventing the United Nations UN from taking any formal action that might have legitimized Biafra's claim to statehood or forced a ceasefire. 3. Propaganda and psychological warfare. To counter the enormous international sympathy Biafra gained due to famine and suffering, Britain helped the FMG control the narrative. Countering genocide claims, Biafran propaganda, facilitated by the Swiss media establishment Mark Press, was highly effective at drawing attention to the humanitarian catastrophe. British officials worked to help the FMG improve the presentation of its policies, denying or downplaying accusations of genocide. International Observer Team. Britain strongly pushed the FMG to accept a team of international observers from the UK, Canada, Sweden, OAU, etc. into FMG-controlled territory. The subsequent reports from these observers, which stated that no government-led campaign of genocide was occurring, were then widely used by the British government to justify its continued arms supply and rebut international public pressure for an arms embargo.
The one thing that I want us to know, I want to start with is here today, that my problem is Britain and Fulani jihadists and now Igbo elite, Igbo politicians. They are our problem. But we're going to conquer them because what we are passing through today, many countries in the world has passed through this, that we as Biafran people are passing through today. David, Onyeyi, you are welcome. Thank you so much. I can see you. So, a Yoruba man is not my problem. True. Hausa man is not my problem. The real Hausa man is not my problem. My problem is Britain, UK, London, England, or whatever they may answer that did this amalgamation of 1914 and who handed Nigeria over to Fulani Caliphate. So, When you listen to this carefully, you will understand why Biafra is the solution and why, in the first place, that Britain blocked Biafra recognition from day one. So, we are not your problem. The problem is Britain. Because if Biafra did not block, if Britain did not block Biafra international recognition, my people, nobody will be here today. All these killings that are going on, nobody will be experiencing it today. People are dying because those that British handed Nigeria over the Fulani Caliphate are not Nigerians. They are migrants who take over your own ancestral home. That is why they are killing people that are from their ancestral home today. In this that is going on today, do you know that if an Hausa man is the one protecting his border, that nobody will kill him and nobody will invade their land because they must protect their land, their borders. If Igbo man is the one, Biafrans, protecting their border from all the way from Enugu State to Akwa Ibom to all these rural areas, nobody will kill each other. The Fulanis will not enter. So, in everything that we are passing through today, I hope the question is, why did the British block Biafra international recognition? What is the thing that moved them to do that? You had it here. The question I just asked you, if you follow this document as I just read out to you now, then you will find out why British single-handedly said that Biafra is not going to be a country. Because of what? Because they know that we will stop them. Those who claim Ijo, those who claim Southeast, South, those who claim Niger Delta, that don't know who they are before the amalgamation, by now, you could have built one of the best areas to come, people to come to, or you will be benefiting from your government right now. But the only thing you know is how to come and attack Biafran people. That's why I'm telling you today, if you follow from day one, I play all these videos of a slave master time for you to know that Biafra is not your problem. You are one Nigeria. You who believe in one Nigeria, I'm not your problem. Your problem is supposed to be the Fulani jihadis and what? The British who handed them over the power or who empowered them into what they are doing today. The mission has been wasted time. That is why they are ravaging north. Because the only way they can Islamize everyone is that when they make north a safe haven, so from there they can attack. Or when they make Nigeria a safe haven, from there they can attack. But Biafran people stopping them is they have been angry of why Chukwuemeka Odumegwu will come out on his own time. They are also angry. Why did Owazuke comes out? They are angry. Why Mazina Dekano comes out? They are angry. Why Simon? Now they are very bitter because of the re-declaration of United States of Biafra as a new country that has merged from Nigeria, that exists from Nigeria, that are lacking only one thing: international recognition. That is why we are seeking. That is why we are claiming on Canada that British Federal Lugard and his so-called governor or prime minister lied against us. So the thing that they lied against us is not true. Please, they only lied against us. That thing that you wanted to do in 1967, 1970, they stopped you. Please do it right now. This is the most powerful time to do. These are the precious time to do. So we can be able to save the lives of indigenous people that are Christians who are dying. We are promised to stop end insecurity once Biafra become a sovereign state under international law by your own recognition. Once give us recognition. We are going to stop this insecurity because you know what is causing it. When everybody, every tribe is the one in charge of their border, nobody will invade them. Not to use a rehabilitated Boko Haram who came in to destroy the people. Later he was captured. And when he found himself that is now I am a military, he also said it's a well opportunity for him to go and accomplish the mission. So giving them uniform, it is a way for them to go and accomplish their mission. As we are going in, the number to call, in case if one consideration, number to call is +97 33 60 51 337. In case if you want to make a contribution on this platform, that is the number to call. Only on WhatsApp, straight on WhatsApp. Then you can be able to get the number. I say, repeat it again, +97 33 60 51 337. In case if you want to make a suggestion or you want to ask question, you are free to call me only on WhatsApp. The line is open for phone call. Britain strongly opposed the international recognition of Biafra during the Nigeria Civil War 1967 to 1970, primarily to protect its significant economic interests. Because the British want to, that is why we tag America on their flag, tag Canada, tag Sweden and France. We are attacking those that has come in that beginning that British lied to. Are you following? That is why we put all their flags. So for them to know with this document that it's not true what they told you, that the only reason why they don't want Biafra to become a country, that Biafra is going to generate many countries in Africa. That was pure lie they give to you. And they told that there is no genocide. When Canada come with their own machine to take evidence of what is going on, Britain told Nigeria, settle them and let them leave. And they did that. And British told them, this is a no-go area, just allow it for us. So do you see reason why Biafra is not a country? Because of what? Economic interest. Now, under this economic interest, what of that's under this economic interest that people are dying today? So that interest of Britain by America, by China, by Russia could not be able to put an end where Britain belonged. Why did they run to live where they are before? Because of their impunity. And they don't want anybody who will bring up the matter of Biafran to their presence. But today, we are presenting our matter by ourselves today. We are the one presenting our matter. We are not waiting for anybody again. That is why we are the one to write our history right now. And that is what we are doing. We are writing the history. That is why we want to let the world to know that when you give us Biafra, unless the people that you give us Biafra would want to go, we should allow them, because we must practice democracy. We must practice Republicans. We must be the people that feed for the people's pain. If only what can stop people's pain is for them to have their own country, like those who claim they are Niger Delta. Do you think I care about your oil? That the oil will make me who I am? No, from day one, I never benefit from the oil. You that you're talking, you are never even benefit from the oil. They only use you, paid you, and dump you. These are pure truth. All this because of what? The interest of oil, interest of the economy. What? They said chiefly what? Oil. Because of what? Oil. That is why Britain massacre, committed genocide. Over 5 million Biafrans was died. That is the reason. Their interest is what matters, not the life. The life of the Biafran people did not matter. The life of the Biafran people never mattered to Britain. What matters to them is the oil. And because of this oil, that is why they handed over to Fulani jihadists that are killing people today in Nigeria. Reason for British to oppose Biafra as a country. The British government policy of supporting the federal military government of Nigeria and oppose Biafra secession was driven by three consigned interests. What are those three consigned interests of British? Oil, number one, and economic interest. For those who are claiming they are from Niger Delta, you're not a Biafran. British in their documents is telling you that you're a Biafran. British is telling you who is claiming that they're not a Biafra. They are the one now telling you that you're a Biafra. Number one, oil interests. Protecting Shell BP. The most factor was the need for them to invest of the Angola Dutch oil company, Shell BP. Now the Shell which had its most vital international and the oil reverse located in eastern region, Biafra. You who claim you are from Nigeria, they called you eastern region. You who claim that you are from south, they call you eastern region. They called you what? Eastern region, Biafra. Forget this by force divide and rule. That is why I ask you, who are you before you start answering south, and who give you south? Those that block Biafra because of oil. The oil also in the south. That is why they block you. For you to not make use of the oil by yourself. Rather, they are the one that to tell you. Do you know that they even opened their mouth and said that the oil is not going to use to build any infrastructure in the eastern region. That is why there is no road in the eastern region. Listen now. That is why there is no good school. That is why there is no hospital. That's why there is no free education. That's why there is hunger everywhere. But you claim you have oil. How many people are dying in your area you call Niger Delta? How many are hunger? How many houses? People are still poo inside water. Is it not true? And you claim I'm from south, I'm from Niger Delta, from south. What help have you answering south have given to you? What help did you answering Niger Delta has given to you? What was the favor, the gain? How does it serve you? Answering, I'm Niger Delta, I am from south. Can you tell me you are gain from it? If you're not killing and the poverty that you are experiencing today, if you're not understand. But could you ever imagine if you are the one managing all this oil by yourself, are the one doing that on contract, things that you could have achieved by now? Do you know the difference of when somebody is giving to you and when you are the one giving? Check out very well. That's why the same Bible told us that those there is more blessing for those who are giving and those who are receiving. Instead of you to be giving to British from that you are so-called Niger Delta, they are the one giving to you. Are you not ashamed of yourself, claiming that you are from south, you are from Niger Delta? I know it's not a very painful thing to you. Instead of you to be giving, you are receiving on your own. And when people are out to defend you, to help you, you keep on attacking those who want to help you. That's why on documents we read today, I have told Biafra or Igbos are not your problem. Your problem is British who amalgamated you, number one. Your problem is the Fulani jihadists who are in control, the Sokoto Caliphate, who decide who rule Nigeria, who will not going to rule, in indirect ruling of British till today, on indirect colonial masters Britain, indirect slave trade that we are into. You never know that. But those who has discovered that this slave must stop is those you come to attack all the time. I'm sorry for you.
Britain strongly opposed the international recognition of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970, primarily to protect its significant economic interests, chiefly oil, and to maintain the integrity of the...
Chiefly oil. Forget anything they are telling you. They want to maintain their interests on the oil. That is only interest of British that made them to tell that Biafra is evil, and you from northern, from south, you from Niger Delta, you from Manfe refuse to see the truth and understand it because you don't have time to research and find out who you are before the amalgamation. Have you ever asked yourself on Google or anywhere, who am I before this concoction called amalgamation of 1914? Have you? Have you find out who you are? So you will know whether the amalgamation brings destruction to you or it brings favor, or it brings favor to you. The amalgamation brings favor to anybody who claims that he's the one Nigeria today. He brings favor to you because you small time they are going to do the same thing they did to all these guys that you are seeing on social media that they are dying today in the hands of the Fulani. Felix, you are welcome. Douglas, you are welcome. Ifani, Onwuka, you are welcome. You are claiming, I am from Niger Delta, I am from South, I am Asaba, I am Delta, I am this, I'm not Igbo. Who cares? Do we care? We only care because of we want to say that is why we are fighting. If not for that reason of what happened after the war, the massacre of Asaba in Obosewa. Why did they massacre you then? Because they see you as a Biafra. They see you as a threat to them. That's why they massacre over how many people? The massacre of Asaba. The massacre in Obosewa. You know what it means. You have forgotten in a hurry. Because you have syndrome of hear and forget. And you are clapping for one Nigeria. That means a death sentence to every indigenous people who happen to be Christian. If not that the Biafran people are fighting, when they capture North, the next person is you. And that was their mission. To capture North and defend you spearly. And you who cannot defend yourself, is very easy to wipe you away. But we that shows concern, we that understand why British don't want us. That is why we continue fighting to take you out, and you will be alive. That is why I told them Biafra becomes your savior. This Biafra you are rejecting is the savior of your life. That is why you are children. That is why you are unborn going to have a land, but you never know. Tell me, these people that have chased away in their house in the north, can they go back? That's why it's no. If you come back, they come again. That is what they plan for you. It's not you to pay attention, listen to the solution. You are against the solution. That is why I told you, I am sorry for you, who is against our declaration of United States of Biafra as a sovereign nation, that are going to put an end to the insecurity, to inhuman rights, to abuse of rights, to intimidation, and all this that is going on today. Biafra will stop it, because that is what could have stopped it, and they know, and they told you because of the oil that they are not going to allow Biafra to be a country. And you are clapping, you are happy, you are attacking me. That is savior to you. That means that is solution to you. Biafra is solution to every indigenous person who live in that death sentence called Nigeria. Please like and share as you come. Danta, you're welcome. Please like and share as we continue. British know that the most strongest person will stop them from having the oil the way they want is Biafran people. They know. They know that Biafran people is the one to stop them. That is why they stop our declaration. That is why they stop recognition of Biafra on the international global stage in 1967 to 1970. You had it here. They single-handedly oppose that Biafra will never be a country. That they are not ready to go into agreed contract or negotiation with those who are not going to accept the way they want, only the way they want. That is why Biafra is not a country. That is why you see Ojukwu fell. We must continue.
Nigerian state which it had created as a major post-colonial power. Reasons for British opposition. The British government's policy of supporting the federal military government, FMG of Nigeria, and opposing Biafran secession was driven by three core interconnected interests.
Are you hearing it?
1. Oil and economic interests.
Do you hear the first interest of Britain to stop Biafra? UK, London, England, whatever they may call themselves, Manchester, Liverpool, what none, all the streets that are there. Why their people? Why everything that's made up of Britain refuse Biafra as a country? Not for any other thing. It's because of what? Oil and the economic interests. Till today, they still oppose. But this generation of Biafra, that is why we are bringing this history to the world. Now that we want Biafra into peaceful movement, not into armed struggle anymore, for them to pay attention quickly before it's going to be too late. Because what we will do this time around, we will use only chemical to wipe our enemies away. This is not the Biafra of 1967 to 1970. This is 21st century. Our eyes are widely open. Forget that thing. Under 3 days, you fought us for confirmed 3 years. But this time around, we are calling on Canada to come back the way they come back before and find out what is happening in Nigeria. And I thank Canada for being the first country to name Nigeria terrorist country by calling PDP and the APC terrorist party. When those that are your leader, you are leading a party are terrorists, are you not a terrorist? Today, who have the international countries called terrorists? It's now your parties, you Nigeria, not Biafran people. It's only in your so-called evil country called Nigeria that means a death sentence to every indigenous person who happen to be Christian is the one that's having problem today. They are the one. It's only on you that Biafra, they declare them their terrorist group. But in the world, a whole Canada, who Britain block, Canada come to talk about the genocide of Biafran people in 1967 to 1970. Even Sweden, they come. They come. But Britain bribed them, told them, no, don't come. This is what that we colonize. We are in charge. We are going to solve the problem. It's not unfair. Then they push them to Nigeria. Nigeria advised them, tell them what to do through Britain. They left back. That is why we are attacking on them today with their flag. For them to know that those lies that they told you, that because the only word that British use to deceive these people, that when you give them country, they are going to bring more secession people to claim another country in the world, in Africa. And Africa will be too much country in Africa. That is what they told those countries that come to help us. That is why British is evil. They are scam. They are criminal. Their greediness. Britain is the grandfather of Fulani jihadist movement in Nigeria. Britain is the founding father that supports Fulani jihadists that today are massacring people of the so-called Nigeria. And the way to those that are dying in Nigeria, they do not understand why they are dying. That is because of this Islamic agenda of Osman and Fojo that British supported fully. In time of the slave masters, British used French jihadists as their agent to capture people and bring to them. The same way they are using them to kill indigenous people that have mineral resources in their area. In our own, they said number one, oil and the economic interests. That is why they don't want Biafra to become a country, because we will not allow them to deceive our people. We will not allow them into all this mess they have put people today, into all this genocide that is going on. They know that Biafra will stop, and they are not going to make the oil. Because, example of France, when France come to help Chukwuemeka, he said no. If you want to support us, support us. If you don't want to go away. France walked away because of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu did not allow them to take the oil. They said no. That is why they don't want Biafra to be a country, because of what? Oil interests, economic interests. You must continue.
Protecting Shell BP. The most critical factor was the need to safeguard the vast investments of the Anglo-Dutch oil company Shell BP, now Shell, which had its most vital installations and oil reserves located in the eastern region, Biafra. Royalties. The British government preferred to deal with a single, stable federal government for oil contracts and royalties, rather than a
Today, Nigeria is a stable country. Nigeria, that British wish to do a no, because of the Fulanis was stable in their agenda. They would have just told you that they prefer a group who are stable in their agenda that suits Britain. The agenda of the Fulanis is what British value so much, to Islamize the indigenous people. Now, on the secret document of between jihadist Fulanis and Britain, what happened? They have this agreement in that their secret document that they will allow them with their Islamic agenda. The British, then Fulani said, we will allow you to be in control of the oil and they're giving us return. You see these two agreements? We are, because they know that the Fulani jihadist agenda is to kill indigenous people and chase them away. They knew. That is why on that agreement, they said, okay, we're also going to allow you to be ruling on our behalf. That we are going to go back, but we are going to allow you to be the one in charge. Today, that mission was delayed. But you know why they delayed it? Because they used stealing by trees on it. Deceive those Fulanis in the first place. They told them, allow Christians to rule first. So it will look like that the country is one country. Do you understand this game they played? They played the game. So, for them to play the game takes time of bringing Nnamdi Azikiwe, bringing some Yoruba people that are Muslim, and bringing some Christians onto the position of the seat. You remember? And also Goodluck Jonathan. On the time of Goodluck Jonathan, they said no. That this our mission will not be accomplished with all this. What happened? They have another new agreement with Britain to, no matter what happened, to give Bulgaria the power. So someone who will help them to accomplish their mission. And they give Bulgaria. Today what happened? Muslim ticket is because of the Osman Dafodio agenda of Islamizing you and conquering every indigenous person. Killing every indigenous person. Chase you away. Do you know that small time, those who run inside IDP camp will be attacking also? Because that place you're inside IDP camp, the Fulanis knows that that is also their border. They said that God has given them Nigeria. Are you doubting it? A man from a social media from America interviewed one of them, one of their leaders. He told them that they must do everything to conquer Nigeria. That is what Allah has given them to take over. That is why how can they take over without killing indigenous people? That is why they are killing indigenous people today, chasing them away. Nigeria also does it in our own Biafra in eastern region by the so-called rehabilitated Boko Haram they have sent into our region, eastern region, from the side of the rising sun.
Meant at Nigeria, where oil flow could be disrupted, or contracts renegotiated by a new Biafran state. Declassified documents show that protecting this important stake was the dominant factor in policy formulation. Fuel.
Do you hear this? Rather than to fumigated Nigeria, why oil flow could be disrupted or contracts by a new Biafra state. Now, if for them to organize Biafra, now Biafra will disrupt their plan from the oil. Are you not hearing it here? They call themselves a secret document. That the organizing Biafra we bring what? We bring that will stop them from taking the oil. It's going to disrupt them. Biafra will stop. By now, somebody who claimed from his Niger Delta will be the one. He will use the oil to maintain his state. And giving a little bit one to the federal. That is the meaning of Aburi Accord. They refuse. If Aburi Accord never hold, do you think that any other thing can hold except the Islamic agenda? The failure of the Aburi Accord was sponsored by this British and Fulani Jihad Caliphate that in control. They are the one who told Gowon, no, don't accept it. So you accepting it, that means that they will be in charge of their areas and they are not under us. That we want them to be under us. That's also amalgamation. By force, you must do this. By force, you must stay here. Shows that the protecting this important strike was the document factor in public functions. That the Biafran people would never allow them. They know. Because before the amalgamation, what British saw in the hands of the warlords of Ekumeku in 1911, in 1910, in 1911, in 1912, and 1913, or 1913 December, they crushed the warlords of Ekumeku by those who betrayed them, which also including the work of the Fulanis. That is why British today is taking this oil. That is, their interest is what? Mineral resources, oil, economic interest. They make it open on this document that oil is their interest. And because of this, that is why they don't care whether you Christians are dying or not. They don't care about genocide because of they want oil to enrich themselves. This is the same oil that make Finland to arrest our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. This is the same oil that make British sponsored Nigeria to kidnap our president, Nnamdi Kanu, from Kenya down to Nigeria for over 5 years. He's still in the court. He's still in the DSS dungeon till today. These are things that has really happened that you're going to forget about it. Why all this is happening? They are happening because of the conquest, for them to Islamize all of us. Those who they thought that kidnappers and Kanu will end Biafra movement. They never knew that that's just the beginning. Today, where we are, we have achieved, we have made a declaration that is a notification to the world that people have decided to become a country under self-determination. That only what we are looking for now is what? International recognition. This November 29, 2025 is going to make it 1 year. Biafra has been declared. We are putting everything in order gradually. We are not going to by force it. Gradually step, everything will be in order. And nobody will stop us again.
Security. The British economy was also keen to keep Nigerian oil flowing to mitigate domestic oil shortfalls caused by Middle East instability, particularly following the 1967 Six-Day War.
Do you hear that? In this Biafran war, British on their, if you watch the video, British on their, use their hand, fight for confirmed 6 days with a very tough ammunition to wipe away the indigenous people. To wipe Biafran people because of what? The British economy was also key to keep Nigeria oil flowing, to maintain what? Oil following. So the oil will be flowing, the oil will be everywhere in the Britain, in their hands. Because of what? Oil. For them to keep Nigeria one. So your one Nigeria, that means a death sentence, is about because of oil. And you who from Niger Delta, who are not benefiting everything, that those who keep it under one Nigeria, for them to take the oil, instead of you to attack them as your problem. Your problem is me. Your problem is Mazen and the Kano. Your problem is Simon Eba. Your problem is Ngozi Arabeze. Your problem is Biafra. Once you had Biafra, your head will rose up. But you don't, instead of you to go and fight those who never wanted to become a country. Instead of you to go and fight those who are making your oil in the name of one Nigeria. Do you hear it here? Also, the key to keep Nigeria oil flowing to maintain the so stupid democracy that they give to you. So they will not have oil shortage at all. That is why they keep it. That is why it's very important that Yoruba people should wake up. Thank you so much for that comment. That name One Nigeria is, have you not seen here that the why they keep One Nigeria is because of oil? Am I the one saying it? Someone asked me here to show the program I'm doing, and if I'm not reading secret, someone's right to me, I give it to you. That is what I research. Things about that I want to know what I research, and I'm bringing out for you to know. I'm asking why British up to today never talk about this killing. And they now refer me to the agreement of the British and Fulani Jihad first under slave master, slavery trade. That one is by there. And also asking why British stop Biafra recognition. Look at it here now. Because of what? Oil interests. Nothing more than that. That they said it openly that Biafra will not allow them to take the oil will not flow if Biafra is a country. If Biafra is a country, nobody will lay pipe from Imo State that have passed Morocco today. Yes, it's not for Igbos alone. It's for every indigenous people, for them to have their rights. Because there is who we are before that name One Nigeria. When you check the history of who we are before this amalgamation, before that name Nigeria, you will say, let me run back to take who I am before, because that's who you are. You were the same, you were living a decent life. You are too Republican. You live a democracy life. You worship your sheep and you move on the way it is. And you have never fight to conquer anybody to take over their possession. Maintaining one Nigeria.
2. Maintaining one Nigeria. Legacy of decolonization.
Legacy of decolonization. Britain.
As the former colonial power had created Nigeria as a unified state. They saw the country's unity as
honestly, is it a unified state? It's only a unified state because of what? Oil. Nigeria is only unified because of what? Oil. Once oil is involved, they are unified. Once Britain is getting their oil, Nigeria is unified. But once they're not getting it, Nigeria is not unified. Once they are not getting their oil, no. But now they are getting the oil. They have laid pipe from Imo State, from Anambra, from your Niger Delta, down to Morocco. It's one country. That is why you answer One Nigeria. I don't feel ashamed of yourself coming here to prove that you're One Nigeria. I am not your problem. Your problem is British, who colonize you, who is making your oil, who enslaved you in time of slavery master, not Biafra. Biafra was meant to set you free. Biafra was meant to set you free, for you to be a free human being. You say, Nkechi Okoro, thank you so much. You said for your prayers. Thank you so much. Maintaining one Nigeria because of what? Oil. They saw the country unity as vital for its post-colonial influence and the stability in the region because of oil.
For its post-colonial influence and stability in the region. Precedent for secession. London feared that recognizing Biafra would set a disastrous precedent for other fragile post-colonial African.
This is where they lie to countries who come to help us. This is where Britain lied so much. London felt that recognizing Biafra would set a disastrous. We become a disastrous for their oil interest, and it is going to bring more countries in Africa. Only Nigeria has four stable countries with over 200 millions of people in Nigeria. You have 4 good countries. This country where I am, they are not up to 30 million. They are not even up to 15 million, but they are country. There are some countries today in the world, they are what? Only 5 million. They are country on their own. Talk less of 200 and British knows that Biafra, and whence is Biafra? See, like what our Martin Nankano said, if Biafra is their country, Niger Delta, if they want to become a country of their own, let them go and become a country of their own. We will have business. And that is all. No, America from day one is not coming in the interest of oil because they don't, from day one, did the America need oil from Nigeria for them to be where they are today? For them to be number 1 in the world, do they get oil from? It's all about brain base. The only why I want Donald Trump to come is to stop this impunity of clean of the Christians. It appears my heart when my fellow Christians are dying like chicken. He's coming, he will not stop it forever. Because remember, in the first tenure of Donald Trump, he sanctioned Nigeria. He put them where they belong. After he left office, what happened? The Islamic agenda that are ruling the world, that push him out and bring Joe Biden, remove Nigeria from that sanction. Now, if Donald Trump comes, now he's in the seat. The question is, Donald Trump, is he going to be in the seat forever? Is he going to be an American president forever? Donald Trump, is he going to be an American president forever? The answer is no. He's not going to be an American president forever. So what needed to do do you see the way some Europe, Asia was partitioned in their own? Or of India. If you go to the history of food and for the amalgamation, they told that the eastern region was living like country like India. So he's coming. It's not going to be the everlasting solution. The everlasting solution, because okay, let's assume it. If Donald Trump come, he captures all the Boko Haram right now, send them away, and this set of people who are in the military, who are protecting the border, that are the same people. The same people who are protecting the border, that leave it open for their so-called brothers from different African countries or Sahara that they are coming from. Are they going to stop them from coming? The answer is no. They are not going to stop them from coming. They are not going to stop them from coming. Now, what will happen to Donald Trump? What of in case if Donald Trump is no longer in the seat as a president, like what happened in his first tenure? Then the question is, who is he going to protect those people again? So for you to make it life ever something like that, everlasting, what you do is this. Then you will do what? When a Yoruba man is protecting a Yoruba border, if you see a Fulani man who is coming, can he allow him to enter and go and stay inside bush? The answer is no. If a real Hausa man is protecting his border, and you know that the real Hausa man and this one are not speaking the same language, what will happen? The Hausa man will protect his border. He will not allow him to come in. An Igbo man, a Biafra man, so it will. If people of Benue see, they will protect when indigenous person is the one in charge of his border. No enemy will penetrate. But because of the agenda of the Usman Dan Fodio, the agenda of to Islamize everybody in that contraction, in that one Nigeria that means a death sentence, what will happen? Then they will allow those who come in to come. Then those who come in will pretend as if they have repented. Then they will now allow Nigeria army to capture them. When they capture them, then they will put them inside the military. When they put inside the military, they will send them to go and protect the border. Then they will open the border for their own people to come in, and that time they will come with a massive anger. So it is time for Donald Trump, for the world to look at the solution. The solution is to give every indigenous people the right to control their border by them becoming a sovereign state. Those that they are not ready to become a sovereign state, they let them marry with anybody they like to. The people of Benue might decide to go with people of the north, fine. The real Hausas. They might decide to go with Biafran people, fine. Then in the midst of this, we also in our own way of life, we will have a time to protect our border. When Trump said that he's going because of the Christians that are dying, fine. But the question is, before the Christianity, are we not indigenous person first? Before the Christianity, who are we? We are indigenous person. We have been living in those areas that they're chasing us away. Now the issue is, what can stop them from chasing these people away from their indigenous land or their territory is for them to have their own security, that I know you, you know me, we protect our border. So dividing Nigeria is the only everlasting solution, and because of it fails in 1967 to 1970. That is why you are seeing this killing today. That's why I told us Biafra is the light, Biafra is the security that every indigenous people will have, because we are the road to the light. We are coming from the rising sun, and when sun is not rising, there will be a darkness everywhere. The rising sun called Biafra is the light. Now that you suppress this light, there is darkness. That is why there is killing everywhere. So that is why I attacked America, for them to know. It remains, according to the history, it remains some few days for America to intervene and put ceasefire, to ask Ojukwu what he wants and ask Nigeria to stay, let the people to stay. Ojukwu, with lacking of information, no social media. Because all the social media, BBC was controlled by the British and the Fulani jihadist movement that are fighting against the indigenous people who deceive Yoruba and they join. And you know that in 1967 to 1970, there is nobody who is agitating from Yoruba side. Not like today, you have Sunday Igboho and his men who are agitating to have their own country. So if anything goes by now, divide Nigeria, Yoruba do one nation will merge. The Hausa people will merge. What will happen? First, there is 3 countries that are going to come out: Biafra, Oduduwa, and the what? The real Hausas will have their own country. So when you have it, then you protect it by yourself. Why is it that when you put a security guard, if something happens in your house, you will change him or you arrest him? Yes, the Arewa. You have Arewa country. This is what we end this impunity. This is what we end the killing of the Christians. So the Christians will stand and worship what they believe freely, because they are the one to use arm to protect themselves. If Israel is not protecting themselves today, what will happen? If they employ people, if they open their border, those that tell them is in their military. Do you know that in Israel military, it's only them. That is why they are strong today. In Israel, it's only them. Tell me another tribe that you have seen Israel military. In America, there is Yorubas, there is Igbos in their military, but they are in head of their border. They control it. Even they will put you there, they are the one monitoring. Not like the one of Nigeria that these invaders, these Boko Haram are the one to monitor. They have a road. Now, the rehabilitated Boko Haram number has outlined the numbers of the indigenous people. The rehabilitated Boko Haram people numbers have what? Outlined the numbers of the indigenous people. They are the one controlling the border. So why do you think they will not open it to bring their own people? They will open the border for them to come see. So the only remedy, the only everlasting solution that you have is to divide this Nigeria that means a death sentence to indigenous people. These indigenous people are the Christians that are dying. So blocking Biafra, now I am reading the reason why Britain blocked Biafra. It's supposed to be an eye-opener to you, for you to know the right thing to do. Instead of attack on the Biafran people or the Igbos or whatever you may call it. And also, now that the Biafran people has organized themselves, now we have made our official declaration with our document, presenting it to the world. Do you know that Britain holds UN not to intervene? That Britain stop in London, they call it London stop intervention of UN. They told them leave it. It's personal affair of Nigeria. Don't know able to have to interfere. They'll take care of it. Because they are the one who colonize us in the name of the oil. That is the problem we face. And that is why when Chukwuemeka Odumegwu realized that this is a solution, they went into Aburi Accord. Do you know that Aburi Accord was destroyed because of Fulani Jihadist movement to Islamize Nigeria? That's why they did not implement it, because that's when you could have be a free person. And that is why Britain find out, no, do not allow it to. America never wanted, or some countries never wanted this war to go into 3 years. But UK single-handedly sponsored Nigeria and said the war should go into 3 years so you can be able to wipe them away. That is why Britain is evil. London, UK, they are evil people. They are blood-sucking demons. They are greedy. Their greediness, their selfishness is what is causing life in Nigeria today. And those who claim they are one Nigeria, have you seen that Biafran people is not your problem? Rather, Britain and Fulani Jihadists, the ruling class of Nigeria is your problem, not Biafran people. We are eyes opener. We are the light. You do know where we are coming from. We are coming from areas of the rising sun, and you bring this rising sun, you close the rising sun. How could you see? Biafra is the security. Biafra is the light that will liberate all indigenous people in Nigeria, all over Africa. In fact, will liberate every black race. Yes, you are right on that. So let us continue. Which was contrary to British foreign policy goal. What is their policy goal? Oil. That is their policy goal, oil.
States, leading to further tribal fragmentation and instability across the continent, which was contrary to British foreign policy goals. 3. Diplomatic and political alignments. Commonwealth, supporting the FMG.
They stopped them. British called Commonwealth to support Nigeria. What happened? Listen.
Seen as maintaining a relationship with a major Commonwealth nation and avoiding a deep diplomatic crisis with Lagos.
You see, and in this particular Biafran war, what happened? British also pushed Nigeria to become a member of the Commonwealth From there, they get support of military. Now, when they get the support of military, a little problem want to arise in Lagos. They control it by using Obasanjo to kill the Biafran people. And it has been controlled because their own is there. So it's not only the Fulani Caliphate are the one fighting us. They also use the Benua people. They also use the Nupe people. All the people that have used have been apologized to Biafran people. And today, look at what is happening. The case is right side. They have turned back today, start killing them. But as the Biafran people with our good conscience that we value life, that is why we are bringing out the videos, the pictures of those that they are killing in the north to show to the world, for them to know that why is this killing? Because of denial of the rising sun happened to be Biafra. With a major Commonwealth nations, and they avoid a deep diplomatic crisis with Lagos. They avoid it.
International stance. Britain aligned its policy with the general stance of the Organisation of African Unity, OAU, which strongly opposed post-colonial border changes and secessionist movements.
Do you hear that? They cause secession. Britain alleged it is a policy with the general sentence of the Organization of Africa. They lied to Africa, or they lied to countries in Africa. It's only four refused to listen to that. Those four that organized Biafra, British questioned them, even tried to sanction them. But they sanctioned Ivory Coast, Tanzania, and two other countries that supported Africa, that supported Biafra when we was fighting. Why did they sanction them? Is the question. We said, oh, do not recognize them. That recognizing them, they will bring many countries in Africa. Listen, if in Africa, before amalgamation, Yoruba people are living on their own. They are not fighting with Igbos. Is it not true? They are not fighting with Arewa. Is it not true? The same thing, Biafran people are not fighting with Arewa. They are not fighting with Yoruba. So we are protecting our border. Say in your land, I saw my land. It's just simple example of animals inside bush. Anytime rats passes on the line of lion, what will happen? The lion will eat. That's what's happening today. But this is what we prevented before the amalgamation. That's why I said all that are dying today is because of the amalgamation, and the blood should be on the head of Britain and the Fulani jihadists. Those who believe in that contraction anymore. If you believe there, the blood of these innocent people will be on. This genocide is supposed to happen in your family. This genocide that we are passing through, that people are dying every day, supposed to happen in your family. So you will understand how painful it is to them. As a black man, you have to carry a burden, or you have to feel your brother pains inside your heart. Why do you think that British did all this? You already know, because of the interest of what? Oil interest, economy interest. They lied to our Africa. They lied to OAU. That is why in Africa it's only four that recognize Biafra. They told them, don't recognize them. If you recognize them, they will go and bring many other countries. So if Biafra is being recognized by now, Oduduwa could have been on their own country and managed the economy by themselves. Arewa could have managed. These are those that they don't want them to come because of the Fulani jihadist movement. And do you know that if Arewa was a country, people will not be dying in Benue State, people will not be dying in Plateau, people will not be dying in Jigawa, people will not be dying all these places in the north. You think it's about to attack Biafran people, but you never think why the world, Britain hated us so much, because we have already been civilized before the amalgamation. Before the colonial time, we have already civilized. That is why they did that. So to stop those, like in your family, if you are a breadwinner of your family, you know how enemies battle you. They want to take you away to keep your family down. That is what the Biafran people are. We want everybody to be on the same template. Have your own, I have my own. We are not like those who want to take away a breadwinner of a family. So Biafra is the breadwinner of Africa in the eyes of Britain, in the eyes of Europe, the eyes of Asia. That is why they never want Biafra to become a country, because we will stop all the marginalization from them. We will stop all this oil they are taking and enriching themselves, and we demand it to bring back all the things that have taken out from Africa. They knew. That is why they don't want it to be a country. That is why they don't want Biafra, and they keep on lying and publish lies and hide the truth from us. The truth is being written somewhere. But what happens? Because of that, we are going. They told you here that they are not ready to negotiate with Biafra for the oil. That they are not ready to negotiate with them. Then think of what makes them to open their mouth and said, no. Instead of me to negotiate with them, let them all be wiped away. And what happened? It leads to into Biafran war. All these things, there is a reason behind it. And that reason is what we're exposing to you. That's why we are letting you to know that Biafra is not your problem. If you believe in one Nigeria. We are not saying destroy, oh, nobody should Nigeria. I say you are Nigeria, but allow me to go. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be your friend. How does it call for fight? How does it call? Well, this people we are cleaning in the Benua because of, oh, you think it's tomorrow. And let me tell you one thing. They know that Biafra has been declared again, that we are not going to go back again to be a one Nigeria. So they want to use this little time before we get recognition to do what? To acquire the areas they think they can. So when they will say the territory is from here, from this border is so, take your so-called Biafra, from this border we are the north, we are the Fulani jihadists, we are in charge. Do you understand it? So that is why this hurry of killing the indigenous people. And that is also the world, America, Canada, Sweden, Russia. That is why they have to recognize them as a country right now. So we will help these people to stop this impunity and to secure their life for them. See, Biafra is the brightness, the light of Africa. If you are keeping us down, Africa will be down. Those that wanted to liberate Africa, where are they today? I will ask yourself, why did they kill people that are freedom fighters in Africa? Why? Have you asked yourself, where is Muammar Gaddafi today? Why did they kill Muammar Gaddafi? When he's alive, his country is the best in Africa. Like the way what Ibrahim Traore is doing today, that is what Muammar Gaddafi did. And they chased him away. What of Kwame Nkrumah? Where are they today? Why did the world tell them, tag all of them terrorists in Africa? When you come under self-determination of the UN to fight for a new country, they tag you terrorists. But when you are not there, they write a history that you are a hero, you are a freedom fighter. But when you are alive, that is why they held Mazen and they can today. That's why they keep Simon here. But those who want to liberate Africa, those that want to liberate black race, those that want to liberate black race, that is why they are being held. And they know that this Biafra will be only easy way to do what? To liberate every black race, to understand who they are. They use OAU, Africa. They tell them all lies. Yes, both King Jaja of Opopo, all these people is because of this what we are fighting today. So let's Yoruba people, let's the time Africa to rise up. Okay, imagine Nigeria right now. The France that are they good? Burkina Faso chase them away. Today, when France is there, and now they are no longer there, tell me which one is the best? Burkina Faso without France military, and Burkina Faso with France ministry. Which one is the best? Today, Nigeria have go and bring France. Not Nigeria. China had an agreement with Nigeria to protect China interests in mining gold in the north. It's the game they are playing. To do what? Continuously keeping the indigenous people down. Like for many years, they have kept Burkina Faso down. Today, Burkina Faso is one of the best countries that have security, light, food in Africa. Go and check the GDP right now. You will see where Burkina Faso is moving to. And where is Nigeria? Under borrowing. They will tell you, oh, in Africa, Nigeria GDP is highest. Pure lie. And go and check how much they are owing. They will present the lie to you and hide the truth from you. Because the truth will always set you free. Biafra is truth that will set you free. Many people has died because of what? Lack of information. Mode used to block recognition of Biafra. Listen.
Methods used to block recognition. Britain used a combination of direct military support and sophisticated diplomatic and propaganda efforts to undermine Biafra's international standing and help the FMG crush the secession.
Do you hear it? Britain used combination of direct military support to Nigeria. They support Nigeria with everything in them. They even put hand somewhere to bring other countries that come to support Nigeria. Think, if Britain did not support Nigeria and all this, can they ever win Biafran people? Despite fighting them with bare hand, with nothing, not prepared. Not like now that we have prepared ourselves. Not like now that we have prepared ourselves. We have prepared more than the way we were before. Shukadibe, you're welcome. Israel, David, you're welcome. Nwabo Udoka, you're welcome. Good evening from here. Are you listening? Nigeria, Britain, the forefather of Nigeria, supported them. Call on the Commonwealth, call aid on behalf of Nigeria for them to get equipment. The same way today that Britain is giving Nigeria equipment, giving them aid to use it to sponsor Boko Haram, an Islamic agenda, for them to continue making the oil. That is why they have seen opportunity to lay pipe from Imo State. That they have passed Morocco. They have passed Morocco because of the oil. That is why they keep us down. But we say no. On November 29, 2024, that we have officially re-declared Biafra as a new country again. And we are not going back. That is why we find out that going into armed struggle that Ojukwu fell. Because Nigeria sponsored, because Britain sponsored Nigeria. And nobody sponsored Biafran people. We said, okay, we have learned our lesson from that. No armed struggle anymore. Let us go into diplomatic, political movement of it to seek and get our international recognition. That is what we are doing. That is what we are doing right now. So nobody will stop us anymore. We are here to make sure that everything humanly possible, that we get recognition. We are not even possible to Biafra to come because declaration has made it a reality. So the only one thing that we are lacking. So we are lacking two things. What is those two things? We are lacking recognition because when a country recognizes you as a country, they will give you aid to get weapons to defend yourself. These is only two things, and we are there. We are there.
1. Military and arms support. The most direct way Britain supported the FMG and undermined Biafra's capacity for statehood was by becoming a major supplier of arms.
Do you hear that? Britain supplies Nigeria arm. They arm them to fight against Biafran people. for 3 good years. And we started with empty hand. That is why I told you, in this 21st century, what they will see, they will not believe it. What they will see, they will not believe it. Let us see how they continue.
Continued arms sales. The British Labour government, led by Prime...
Do you hear that? The British Labour government, led by Prime Minister, you hear his name, they are the one who continuously selling arms, giving Nigeria. They are not even selling because they have intention of the oil. They have a signed agreement before 1940 the oil. So telling you that this is where they lied again. They support Nigeria because of the oil they are taking, because of this gas, because of this crude oil. They support and give Nigeria all they have ever wanted, and more than what Nigeria wants. British was the one that exposed Nigeria as London, because they said London is the one who was there bringing ammunition to them to wipe the Biafran people away. Because of what? That we are going to stop them. If not for this support of Britain, you who claim you are from Niger Delta, what you have used the money of the oil to build could have not been. I see it with marvel. Because on the level of what you have, you're supposed to have one of the best good roads. Those claim that are Niger Delta. Do you have one of the best roads in the world? Do you have one of the best schools in the world? Do you have one of the best hospitals? Do you have one of the best markets? Did your people feed very well? Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you? Not ashamed of yourself, claiming Niger Delta. So, everything that we are doing is what we all must know. You are disturbing me now, babe. One of the guys outside. So sorry, my people. My brothers are disturbing me. So, in case of all that is happening, Britain is your problem. You who claim one Nigeria is suffering, smiling, and suffering that is inside your life. Not Biafran people. Not Igbos. Not IPOB. Not the indigenous people of Biafra. They are not your problem. But we are the perfect solution that have the mind to stop the insecurity, the killing that is going on in Nigeria. This genocide of the Christians, of the indigenous people that is going on. We have the mind to help to stop it. That is why the recognition of Biafra is an eye-opener to all Africa. It's also to remove Africa in a second time of the world planning to colonize us again. Also, to stop the agenda of eliminating the largest number of African people is also going on. Remember that. Remember someone who said that African numbers is too much, that they are going to eliminate Africans to come down on their number. When over 10 people is dying every day, what does it mean? It's also the mission that is going on right now. They use Fulanis to carry it out. And who was the man who is introducing that numbers, the population in Africa is too much? Where is it from? Britain. That is why all of you must join hands to let Biafra get recognition, to end this, all this kind. Imagine a human being open his mouth to tell that the God who created us has made us to have much population more than them. Because they know that this population will rise to ask for the injustice meted on the African people in time of the slavery masters. That is why they are against us. And you are supporting them. They bring divide and rule. Before 1940 amalgamation, which year did you start answering South-South? Who give you a South-South name? Who give you Niger Delta? Who give you Cross River? Who give you all these names that you're answering today? Who are you before then? Then you will know that they only meant to destroy you by giving you those fake names and evil names to change your identity. Why that their own identity is not being changing? Can you, Africa, change identity of a white man? Can you? And why did you allow a white man to change your identity? That is why Biafran people is here to change the old evil identity and take it away. and destroy it, and we will go back to who we are. You will see how we prosper and become the best in our life.
Minister Harold Wilson maintained and even increased the supply.
The Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, he is the one they use to maintain and even increase the supplies of weapons to Nigeria. They said that they increase it. When they said that the going is getting tough, that is not what they think. They increase the volume of supplying weapons to Nigeria military. This Fulani jihadist military we are seeing today, Islamization military that we are seeing today.
Supply of weapons and ammunition to the FMG, effectively abandoning an initial stance of neutrality. The supplies included millions of rounds of ammunition, rifles, mortars, and armored personnel carriers.
They supplied everything to Nigeria. Even common mortars used to pound, they supply it. When they cannot use, they hit it on the forehead, that person will collapse and die. Imagine. Is it not the same thing that these French jihadists are using to buy indigenous people? They will come with machetes. They will come with mortar. They will come with all manner of weapons. Those that don't have a gun on their hand will carry stick. Those that don't have a stick will carry mortar. Those that will carry fuel. Imagine. This is what British introduced. And today, they are using to buy, to kill the indigenous people that are Christians in Nigeria.
Strategic justification. Officially, Britain claimed it was merely fulfilling long-standing contracts, but the volume of the shipments was sufficient.
They claim there was a long time fulfilling standing contract with Fulani jihadists. What is that? Oil. That is the long time contract. They never want to. That is why the British is doing everything to make sure that Nigeria is one country. They keep on managing it that Nigeria is a one country because of what? Interest of the oil economy. Interest. That is only reason why that you had a moment of 1914 which bring to you one Nigeria. That's one Nigeria right now means death sentence to every indigenous person. How do you want us to tell you again? So you know that we are not your problem. Your problem is those who sponsored weapon, who use Obasanjo to buy Biafran people. Are we against the one nation? No. In Yoruba land, they do the work land. We are the one that even established more than them. Go and verify.
Sufficient to give the Nigerian Federal Army the decisive military edge needed to defeat the Biafran forces and retake the oil-rich regions. 2.
In time of war, British know that if Biafran people won, that the oil has gone. I want to know why over 5 million Biafrans was massacred. Or they call it 3 million Biafran people was massacred. Then in the slavery time, they took in Africa 3.4 million people. Imagine such a population. Check of 5 million of Biafrans who was massacred in this genocidal war of British to regain their interest of the oil. Because of this oil, that is why this number died.
Diplomatic and UN pressure. Britain actively discouraged other nations from recognizing Biafra.
Do you hear it? Britain actually did what? They are the one that discouraged other nations from recognizing Biafra as a country. That is a diplomatic UN pressure. They put pressure for those who want to recognize Biafra, like Canada, like Sweden. I'm telling you through this history. Britain did what? Discouraged even America. Britain discouraged UN from interfering on what it's supposed to do. At that time, the rest of now, that Amina Mohammed is in charge, a woman who is a Muslim, who believes in jihadist Muslim, that is in charge. How do you think he can talk about the killings of those that died in Nigeria? Have you seen UN sanctioning Nigeria? Have you seen Commonwealth sanctioning Nigeria? Because Britain brought Nigeria into all this organization. And anybody who wants to do anything, we first look at Britain first. We first look at Britain that that brought them and their interest and what they are gaining from it. These are the things that happened. These are the things that happened. Britain actually discouraged other nations from recognizing Biafra, and they prevent this issue from gaining attraction in a key of international bodies. They prevented Biafra in all way. They used their body, their level, as one of the world power to deal with Biafran people. They discouraged countries who come to recognize us. The British do the lobby for Nigeria. They lobby under UN that they should not interfere. They lobby under America, they should not interfere. They lobby to Canada, to Sweden. They did all these things because of what? Oil interests. And because of this oil, that is why people are answering one Nigeria. And the oil that makes answer one Nigeria, you are not having benefits from them from 1914 till today, and you're not asking questions. When I talk, you come against someone who is against one Nigeria, who understand that one Nigeria simply means a death sentence to every indigenous people who happen to be Christians that are dying today, and the current president of Nigeria, Evo, is denying the fact. Tell me, how many bishops has spoke about this killing? Please, I stand to be corrected. Give me a video of how many pope that have talked about these killings. How many that is GO? Instead of them, they are denying that no Christian died and there is no genocide of Christians in Nigeria, because Nigeria is paying them, and they want to protect the name of their fathers who are Muslims. Go and check all these big names pastors. Their father are Muslims, their mother are Muslims. Go and check. So you will know why they will not talk, because they will not talk against their father who give birth to them, who they know their plan. It's for them easy to accept Islam because the Muslim, because they already, that is who they are. Before they want to Islamize you by telling you to accept Christ as a personal and personal savior in Nigeria, in Africa.
And prevented the issue from gaining traction in key international bodies.
Okay.
Lobbying states. British diplomats intensely lobbied the governments of the United States and other...
Do you hear that? British diplomatically intensely lobbied the government of the United States. They told the America to not interfere in the affairs of the Biafran people because the name is Britain. They lobby on behalf of Nigeria. They are the one who stopped Nigeria. The same way today, they are trying to stop Donald Trump on the action. British is one, UK, London, they are the one stopping anything that is in Nigeria saying is not them. Now British, London, UK is the one advising Nigeria what to do. The same method they played in 1967 to 1970 is what British is playing today. So United States, the first one is not enough for you. That is why we put your flag, for you to know the interest of why they are stopping you because of this oil. And we said that we are going to give this oil free without anybody paying us a dime. Recognize Biafra for the second time and end the killings of the Christians. If America really mean that they value the life of Christians who are being massacred, who are passing this genocide on them, that British must recognize Biafra for the second time. Look at the lies they told you. They lobby to you. Government of the United States of Biafra and the other Western powers to ensure they did not recognize Biafra. That is what Britain did in 1967 to 1970. And if it did not succeed, Biafra is a country. All these things will not be happening by today.
Western powers to ensure they did not recognize Biafra, arguing that it would only prolong the war and destabilize West Africa.
Do you hear that? That Biafra would destabilize West Africa. How? Or instead of saying that Biafra will encourage West Africa to understand, to know their rights and stand on their feet. Biafra would have do what? Let all of African countries, continents, know their rights. And British told, look at the lies that they are going to destabilize Africa. How? We that you have already put in a document that before you come, that we are living a very peaceful life, that we are living a decent life, we are living a Republican life, we are living democracy life. How could we go and destabilize Africans? Is it because we stand on the truth that if you want to become a country, once you meet a criteria of a stakehold, then go on and become a country? Because of your evil interest in the oil. That is why you lied to America. That is why you lied to UN.
Blocking at the UN, London successfully worked to keep the conflict categorized as an internal Nigerian matter.
Do you hear it? London successfully worked to keep it that this is internal and conflict affairs of Nigeria, of the matter. No, bro, in any the UN area. London lobby UN members. The way they have lobbied America, lobbied Canada and other countries who come to know what is going on here, and British chase them away and control everything, is what you are experiencing here today.
Thus preventing the United Nations UN from taking any formal action that might have legitimized Biafra's claim to statehood or forced a ceasefire.
Do you hear that? Preventing the United Nations UN from taking any formal action that might have legitimized Biafra claim to statehood or forcing a careful ceasefire. They refuse for UN to intervene. That is why this year London successfully worked to keep it second over internal affair of Nigeria. They don't know much, but happened for 3 years and over 5 million people. That is why today we are calling on UN to come back and revisit what happened. For you to hear this secret document of Britain, they use it to judge them. To know they have committed sacrilege. They have committed haram in Biafra land. Amina Mohammed, British committed haram, abomination.
3. Propaganda and psychological warfare.
Propaganda and the what? Psychological warfare. Who bring it in? Britain.
To counter the enormous international sympathy Biafra gained due to famine and suffering, Britain helped the FMG control the narrative. Countering genocide.
Britain helped the FMG, Nigeria Federal Military, to do what? Nigeria Federal Military Government, to do what? To play it down that there is no genocide. Did you see the abomination that Britain committed? This is why I said that Britain is evil. They are blood-sucking demons.
Claims. Biafran propaganda, facilitated by the Swiss media establishment Mark Press, with
They switch off all the medias. Tell them do not talk about it. Like the same way today, Nigeria switch all the social media to do not talk about the massacre that is going on. About this that is going on in Nigeria today. Tell me, have you seen except individual platforms that talk that are bringing videos and all these things out? Tell me what is Arising TV, Arising Channel, what are they presenting? Tell me what AIT is presenting. NTN, what are they presenting? All these channels that in Nigeria, the social medias, what are they presenting? The same way they have denied Biafra genocide is what they are denying these Christians are dying today. And the camp president is also John. May God punish him and his generation. May he experience the level of death that people are experiencing in Nigeria today. May household of the president of CAM in Nigeria, Christian organization, may their president experience what these people that are dying, let his family experience it. That is my prayer to him. Any pastor, either the GO who comes out and says there is no genocide, may you experience it. You know, in the name of God and Christ, may you experience it so your family you will be in pain.
It's highly effective at drawing attention to the humanitarian catastrophe. British officials worked to help the FMG improve the presentation of its policies, denying or downplaying accusations of genocide.
Do you hear that? They help them prove to the United States, prove to the UN, prove to Canada, prove to Switzerland, prove to Sweden, there is no genocide. By downplaying, closing many social media today, if Nigeria media, if you talk about genocide, what is happening in the north, that station is gone. That social media is gone. That TV channel is gone. That is why it's only they resist them. They put fine on all of their neck. That is what Islamization. That is what slave. Another slave mentality on the social media, on TV channels in Nigeria. They are all into slavery. They are all being chained, so they cannot talk. If you talk, they will sanction you. If you did not pay, they will grab the owner of television, the owner of the media, put him in prison. So people are running for their life. Nigeria is that the most dangerous place to live.
International Observer Team. Britain strongly pushed the FMG to accept a team of international observers from the UK, Canada, Sweden, OAU, etc.
Do you hear that? They push them to accept international observers, but those international observers will be on their favor. Will be on their side. They push them to accept what? International observer from Canada, UK, Sweden, and OAU and ETs and all of them. But what happened? For them to do what? To play it down that there is no genocide. But what is the case? This Canada that was lying to or lied against us, they are the first country ever today to announce that the APC is a terrorist government. They are the one that announced that what? That Nigeria PDP is a terrorist organization. That Nigeria is a terrorist country. That was simply mean. Today, Donald Trump has do what? Put Nigeria on a country of a particular concern. Only in Nigeria is happening. So for you to see all these lies that have lied in 1970 to 1970, today the truth has started prevailing because the truth comes at last. The truth of what happened in 1967 to 1970 is what is happening today. So we all are start experiencing that the truth has manifested and nothing will stop it. It's a time for you who is indigenous people to leave Nigeria. That is what it's called for. It called for what? Total divide of Nigeria, so you can be able to protect your border. Nobody will come in the night and kill your people. Nigerian military are Boko Haram themselves, because you know that they have rehabilitated them against you.
Into FMG-controlled territory. The subsequent reports from these observers, which stated that no government-led campaign of genocide was occurring, were then widely used by the British government to justify its continued arms supply and rebut international public pressure for an arms embargo.
Do you hear it? Nobody. Everything was played down. The same way it's been Khan. President is playing down that there is no genocide of the Christians. We are calling on those that are watching us right now. We want to bring out the evidences for you to know that people are dying, that all that we are hearing is reality that are happening in Nigeria. That everything that is going on today is reality. That is the video we want to show to you, so you will see it and also know that the same thing that they have lied to you in 1967 to 1970, that's when social media is not in our hand, that today we have social media for you to see the truth. For you to know what is happening, for you to see the truth that is going on today, that nobody wants to talk about it. Social media is everywhere today. That is why we are here to let the world know that what Khan president told you is pure lie. What that GO Kumuyi said is pure lie. It's real and it's happening today. YouTube, we are only proving the evidence of what we are saying, that we are not making a story. Let me give you the one that happened of recent. Listen to this.
Nigerians, so yesterday night,
yesterday, being the 16th of November 2025, which is Sunday, bandits stormed Government Girls Community Secondary School. That is a GGCSS, right? In Maga. Maga is in Danko Wasagu local government area of Kebbi State. This one happened yesterday night.
Okay.
Yesterday night. That school is said to be a boarding school. They stormed that school. In the night of yesterday, they unalived the vice principal of the school.
Okay.
Hassan.
Do you hear that?
Makoko. They unalived him yesterday night. Then they abducted several school girls. This one happened yesterday night. It happened yesterday night here in Kebbi State. Go and do your verification. Danko Wasagu local government area of Kebbi State. Last night, I say we are in trouble. See, this thing what they tell us, so now go play like nah, this thing no dey sound well for me because it never come close to you. I don't pray for this thing to.
You will come to the GO.
I don't pray for
you. You come
all.
to camp president. It will.
May your people never be kidnapped. May you never be a victim of banditry.
But for those who are
if
who
any
have
of you, those ones
no,
na way, if I talk here, I go think say I just the camp. If una face these people once, una go know which one they tell them. This one happened yesterday here for Kebbi State.
Okay.
They abducted school girls.
Do you hear it?
The unalived the vice principal. Go and do your findings. Go and do your verification. You know, say if they hide them, me they bring her out. If they hide them, and they bring no media go tell me this one. This one happened yesterday night. The media is not saying it. In the night of yesterday, this news supposed to be the trending story now. It should be the trending story in Nigeria.
They play it down the way they play Biafra genocide. Down. The same thing, the same method.
Like Chibok, that now so this one be yesterday night.
Okay.
They will come now to lie. But this one happened last night here. The vice principal was unalive. They buy the vice principal and they adopted school girls. Bro! They pack people picking. Nigerians, we are in trouble. We need help. 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 The media not go tell like this thing because the federal government of bandits they control them. They won't say it. School girls were kidnapped yesterday night. Nigerians, you know the story. If they hide them, Alahadi will bring her out. If they hide them, the English Alahadi will bring her out. I don't feel it here without telling the federal government of bandits to forsake.
Do you hear it? It's happening.
Nigerians, it is finished. It is over. It is over. You know I can't lie for you. It is finished.
For those who are still believe one Nigeria,
We are gone. As a nation, we are gone. It is finished.
Biafra is the only hope.
Prepare yourself because more and more terrorists will emerge from the north. It is over. I don't care if you like me or hate me. It is over. Nigeria is gone. Just watch. Watch. Watch how terrorists ride into government meetings like VIP. Watch how bandits, terrorists ride into government meetings like VIP. And you will know that it is over. More and more terrorists will emerge from the north. So just go and prepare yourself. Nigerians, it is getting worse.
Are you hearing it?
Getting worse.
You who are signing one Nigeria,
I say,
it will reach your turn.
and we need more influencers to start speaking out.
They are not speaking.
We need more influencers.
If we speak, people will come and start attacking us.
Speaking out, because this thing is getting worse. Yesterday, being the 23rd of October, 2025, in the evening of yesterday, bandits blocked Nasarawanke Kolo Road. This one is in Kusau, local government area, Zamfara State. They blocked that road in the evening. They blocked that road. This is the picture from the scene. They blocked the road, not in the night, in the evening. And they abducted people.
Okay.
When I say they abduct, I'm not talking about or one person or two. They adopted people. They buy people. They buy people yesterday. This is the car from the street. They set this car ablaze. I say it is getting worse. It is getting worse because now they are now blocking roads. We need people to speak. I'm not doing it for the North alone. I'm not doing it for Nigeria alone. I'm not doing it for Africa alone. I'm doing it for even the world. Because you guys don't understand. If this North is not in order, the rest of the world will suffer, not just Africa.
That is why Biafra is the solution.
The rest of the world will suffer.
That is why we're telling you that Biafra has given you solution in the world to end it.
They will leave this North, migrate to different countries.
That is why we are crying to America to do the needful.
Then in search for survival.
That is why we are calling on
some of them might
every country in the world to do the needful, because it must reach all of you.
Because they must survive.
The denial of Biafra in 1967 to 1997, because the consequence is heavy.
You see the thing.
The consequence of the Biafra is not a country.
For the North
it's heavy. Those who supported it that time, they are paying heavily on it. Only a recognition will solve this situation. Biafra as a country, under now that we have a government, under the Minister of Biafra government, recognize us. Let us help you. Let us stop this. You will thank us at last. The truth is bitter. But the everlasting solution is the disintegration of Nigeria. Every tribe should stay on their own. Every tribe should stay. Let's question ourselves the way India was being partitioned.
I told you guys.
The problem ends. I protect my own by myself. You take care of your own by yourself. Use the economy. Use your agriculture. Use whatever you have to protect yourself.
If they hide out, I'm going to bring them out.
This is where they buried mostly little children and women. This is where a lot of little children were killed.
The relentless drive of the Janjaweed to conquer everybody else will make Nigeria a worse place than Somalia.
This is why they kidnapped him. Today is happening.
It doesn't matter how much you dialogue. It doesn't matter what you do. God had marked out Nigeria for destruction.
Exactly.
For what they did to his children.
I'm telling you.
And all of you witness it. So that at the end of this very process, when Biafra comes, you give praise to God and to God alone and not to man. That's why we are here. To let you understand that the coming of Biafra is God's design, not that of man. Not mine, not anybody else's. But that the time has come. We must stand very tall, very strong, and very resolute.
So our message to these foreign terrorist organizations is we will treat you like we have treated Al-Qaeda. We will find you, we will map your networks, we will hunt you down, and we will kill you. We know exactly who these people are. We know what networks they work with, what foreign terrorist organizations they're a part of. We know where they're going, where they originated from, what they're carrying. And they know we know. So the Department of War is not going to degrade or just simply arrest. We're going to defeat and destroy these terrorist organizations to defend the homeland on behalf of the American people, making the jobs of law enforcement safer in the process, making the communities of Americans safer in the process. We think it's a very core mission of the Department of War, and we're proud to be here, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Pete.
I want to tell you that the agreement between the British and the Fulani has collapsed. And the only person that collapsed it is Trump. I want the world to understand this. The crimes you have in the North, the insecurity you have in the North is as a direct consequence of their own action. They groomed them. Al-Qaeda in the migration. ISIS in West Africa.
Please, our number is open in case if anybody want to call to make a suggestion or to contribute to your own quarter into what we did this evening. The number to call is +9 7 3 60 51 3 7. I repeat, +9 7 3 60 51 3 7. Only on WhatsApp. In case you decide to call us to put your own suggestion to what we are doing, please, as you come, please like this program and share the program. It is very important. Like the program. If it's the first time coming, you will see a like. You will see a 3 dots that is in front of your phone on the right eyes of your phone. So click on that 3 dots. It will open. You will see like and share. Please do one of them. The one that pleases you. Like and share the program, please. Please like and share the program. So the message will go viral.
Africa, Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen, bandits, all of them. Who brought them to Nigeria? It's Fulani.
So,
Fulani brought them into Nigeria. El Rufai brought them in. Bounty State Governor brought them in. Are you people deaf and dumb and stupid? When you come out and you pretend, oh, we are one Nigeria, go and show me. Somebody was asking, where is the boundary, where would the boundary of Biafra begin? And I asked the fool, where did the boundary of Nigeria begin? People from Niger come in and go as they like.
Yes.
Most of these idiots are from Niger. They are building a pipeline to Niger. They are building a railway line to Niger. They are building roads to Niger. Whereas where the money comes from, which is Biafra land, we don't.
Start saving.
I have said it before. If you are traveling in this Christmas, if you are embarking in any journey in December month, and that motto that you want to.
What do you think of?
I want to show you this video and as well remind you of this incident that happened in those states before I say what I want to say.
Ignorison of you who are fighting against Biafra.
Good day, country people.
You're
welcome to Niger Delta Connect.
Okay, Niger Delta.
And we are here at
St.
St. Francis Catholic Church.
Boko Haram inside church.
In our local government area of Ondo State. Where it will be described as a Black Sunday today.
Okay. Where that country first from Niger Delta, see,
many people were killed,
and may happen to you very fast.
Explosions and killing robbed the church.
Okay.
In the early hours of today.
You hear it? They are into everything because Britain sponsored them with everything. Explosion inside church. Who put it there?
We are live.
You hear it?
That's my dollar. Nigerians. So yesterday being the 29th day of August 2020.
This one is very far. Let us not even go to far the old ones. We're talking about the present new one. That is the one we are bringing to you. So you will see what is happening and why all that is happening. We have a little time. In case if you want to call, you can call us. But if you didn't call, then we are going to end it.
Hey, finally. Nana, Nana, the world will go see what they happen for Nigeria. Nana, they go see what they happen for this north. The kingmaker don't post me. Mazi, may God bless you. Mazi, may God bless you. May your enemies stumble on their way to your
Mazuka back has finally posted his comment. All his to
Boluwatife.
This is a breaking news. The media will not tell you this, but I will tell you. Do you know that the bandits have declared 20 million naira? 20 million naira for farmers in the north. He said for them to harvest their crops, for them to go to their farm to go and reap the fruit of their labor, they must pay 20 million. If they are not able to pay 20 million, they will not enter the farm. Anybody that stay, they will shield them. Why we have
this latest update.
Jesus. Why we have a leader
and they send those military
our military man
that's supposed to defend them into Biafra land because we are looking for Biafra. Because we declare Biafra. They militarize our end. They militarize our area. Why people that need this security, they are dying? Imagine. For you to go inside your farm to uproot all your hard labor this time, that is all about to take what you have been working for back home, you will pay ransom 20 million. That is a country where this stupid entity who writes on my comment section, call country first, that I blocked, is coming to tell me rubbish on my comment section. May happen to your family.
As they pay them, they sweet us. As truly, as they pay us, they sweet on us.
Yes, now.
It is sweetened APC. Why? Because we are suffering. Why? Because they are killing us.
Not mean good for
terrorist
us.
APC leaders.
As for that military guy, guys, please share this video for me. I beg you. Share this video for me, please. Let people know that young people are paying 20 million just to go and invest. Please share this video. I'm on my knees, please. The world need to know the oppression that are given to the poor. A bandit is putting law in Nigeria. Bandit is putting law for you to harvest your crop.
Because it's a Sharia country.
For that military guy.
Over 14 states in the north are Sharia.
I remove my cap for you. I salute you. God bless you. See the way we can wear cap. You make him know that he's a small boy. You put him in his place.
Darkness, Nadia. There is only one place that will resist darkness, no matter what, and it's here. This place you're in, Biafra land.
Yes,
a land that represents.
We must resist this darkness.
For your information,
Nigeria
why do you think that
darkness.
Japan doesn't want Islam in Japan? Is there something you have in common with Japan? East, where the sun rises from. East, always east. They said no to Islam. No mosque, nothing. Look at Cameron yesterday, the British Prime Minister is now saying, we are a Christian country. At last, you know we're a Christian country. Useless people. Because of oil. Who said Biafra will not give you oil? Who told you that?
Biafra will not give you oil.
Who is the idiot that told you that Biafra will not give oil to Britain? Or that Biafra will not give oil to America? Who told you that? Who is the new clinical professor at Harvard Law School? I repeat. Who is the new clinical professor at Harvard Law School in America?
Listen.
The most prestigious. Is she not an Igbo girl?
Okay.
Can you find an Awasa person as a clinical professor at Harvard? Oh my God. Anyway, they said I shouldn't be upset, and I'm not. Please have mercy. Please have mercy. People who don't know who they are.
They kidnapped him. Nigeria government kidnapped him since 2021. They kidnapped him in Kenya. Blindfolded him, bring him down to Nigeria. Keep him in this dungeon today.
Just get on with it.
And James Samato is playing hanky-panky. You want to jail because Britain asks you, UK asks you to jail.
Too much,
you will never
life, you will do the same job again.
Because he's only fighting against all this that is happening right now in Nigeria.
This is enough.
That is offense.
I don't want to see this again. Please, Chukwabema, have mercy. My goodness me. Clinical professor at Harvard Law School, Igbo girl. And I'll get to her name in a minute, because there's no need saying something if you cannot substantiate it. I want the name of our sister who is the clinical professor at Harvard, please. What is her name again? I'll find her in a minute and I'll bring her to you. Clinical professor, those who are intelligent. Brilliant people. Well-read, learned people. I want her name. I want the name of this our sister. If I don't get it, I can't continue. I want the name of this our sister who is a... Oh my goodness.
His only offense that met Britain to Nigeria to kidnap him because of truth. Because all the killing that happening today is what he has already been saw before this day. And raised his voice and said, no. There's no need indigenous people to die. That he's going to protect every indigenous person.
Nigerian lady.
The only offense is for him to raise his voice. The only offense is for him to save the African people.
Look at what Yoruba you don't know.
Yes.
Her name is Dila Omonna. She's the clinical professor of law at Harvard Law School. Dila Omonna has been appointed the clinical professor of law at Harvard Law School. She has been a lecturer at HLS since 2007 and is deputy director and clinical instructor at Harvard Law School Criminal Justice Institute, in which she supervises third-year law students in their presentation of adult and juvenile... Oh my goodness me. When NASA, the head of NASA's meteorological unit, is an Igbo man.
In America.
Dear Lord, have mercy.
Even in the UK, we are everywhere. That is why
Can Aboki
is
do
against us.
Aboki, thank you very much, Obona, but thank you as well for giving me her name. Aboki, can you be a Harvard Law School professor? Malam, Namupawasa, can you ever be, not even in Saudi Arabia, can you be a scholar in Arabic studies?
Nigerians.
They can never. A lot is going on. The killing of the indigenous people that are Christians. Look at it. Burial every day of indigenous persons. This is what happened. This is one that happened. Everywhere, killing. The whole social media. And can president deny Christianity by saying that there is no genocide against Christians going on? Massacring people, wasting their life every blessed day. That's what is going on because of Fulani jihadists. This one, please to play the video. So, in all these things, evidence is to prove to you why Biafra is only solution. Biafra recognition that fails in 1967-1970 is right now the solution that could stop all these killings of the indigenous people that are Christians in Nigeria. We have given solution by officially making a declaration of United States of Biafra as a new country on November 29, 2024, giving us recognition. You know, you may say that Ojukwu declared it under armed struggle that make Britain bring more arm to subdue him. But today, we say no to armed struggle. We make official civil declaration of United States of Biafra on November 29, 2024 by the Chief of Staff, happen to be right now the Deputy Prime Minister of United States of Biafra. Please, you must, the words America, Canada, Sweden, all ethnic of these words, you must give Biafra recognition if you really want this genocide to be everlasting. That's not going to happen again. The everlasting is recognition of Biafra as a sovereign state. Then we will stop this. Nobody will attack America in the nearest future. Nobody will attack you as a Christian in your country, even in Africa. We are the light, bright of Africa. Give us recognition. Let the light shine, and everybody will be safe. So from me, from here, I thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I love you all. One love, my people. Till we see you again tomorrow.